Good morning. Welcome to my channel, The Underrated Darkness. Yours truly, the number one grinder. One of the best kept secrets on social media, the best of the business. This is Good Morning to the Fam, part 43. Hashtag the true 2025 number one grinder. Hope we can get some people on so we could talk. Big game today. Hold on for 1 second, fam. Hold on for 1 second. I forgot to do this. See something. See. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Hold on, I'm just checking on something, family. Hold on for a few. Hold on a few seconds. I just try and check out something, family. See everything goes right. Before I continue, great morning to everybody. Shout out to the miss. Check out something. I don't know what's going on. It's like frigid and stuff. I'm trying to fix something. See something. Okay, that's good. See. Hold on for 1 second, fam. Hold on. I'm coming, family. Sorry about that, fat. Straight things out. Good morning to everybody. Again, welcome to my channel, Honorated Darkness. Yours truly, the number one grinder, one of the best kept secrets on social media, the best of the business. This good morning to the fam. Part 43. Hashtag the truth. The the number one grinder, the one and only. Um, let's get these announcements out of the way before we continue. We get some people. Come on. To my underrated one family, thank y'all for always your consistent support throughout the years. And the ones along the way, I appreciate that. Is keep on fighting for the truth. Um, no Duck Zone podcast family. Shout out to y'all. Keep up the fine work. Keep up the fine work. Um, the mighty LBBC, that stands for Lions Den Boxing Community, also basketball community. Um, Shout out to y'all, the brothers and sisters there. Keep up the fine work. Shout out to the mighty LBC. Been rolling with them for the past for years now. So shout out to the mighty LBC. Also, it's a big game at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. The Knicks looking to go up three games to zero against Boston. Y'all know, I did a live on both games and stuff that the results and everything. And if the Knicks win tonight, most likely I would be doing that. I'd be probably do it. I'm do the preview. I'm doing the outcome on that. That's gonna be if the Knicks win. Say if the Knicks win. Brother Mace tagging. Shout out to Brother Mace tagging. He gonna do the game today. He gonna be on at 3:15. So Brother Mace tagging. He gonna be on there, and I'm gonna show up through there. And I let him know. He said he gladly be joined if the Knicks win. He be on it tonight. He be on the panel tonight. So it's gonna be something today. So let's see what happens. No, so let's see what happens. What's going on here? But we're here. So I think today is Mother's. I think it's Mother's Day today or tomorrow. Not sure. I think it's tomorrow, but I don't celebrate. So y'all know how I do it. So the mothers are doing a great job. Keep it up. Oh. Um. So anybody that hear me, y'all come through. Oh, one second. We sorry, y'all have to eat because I don't eat. I get sick, so I gotta put some in my stomach, y'all. Yo, excuse us snacking on y'all. I apologize for it. You know. Hold on, family. Oh. All families trying to see something. That's about it. Amen. Hey, cooking with CER, man. What's good? I ain't see you in a while, family. How you and the family doing? If you can hear me, press one. Hey, what's going on? Go Knicks. If you want to come up, let me know, brother. If you want to come up, we can talk about the Knicks a little bit. Bussy, you want to come up, let me know. If you want to come up, let me know. I send a link to the I will send a link. Let me know. Go Nick. Okay. But do you want the link? Let me know. You want the link? Let me know. I send a link to your email so you can come up. You can talk about them if you want. All right. Stay right there. I'm gonna send a link to your email. All right. Check the link, brother. Check your email. Brother CER in the building. What's good, brother? Peace to you and your family. If you want to come up too, you're more than welcome. Blessed to you and your family too. If you want to, like I said, if you want to come up, let me know. See, I want to hear from you. I ain't heard from you in a while, brother. Blessings back to you and your family if you want to come up. Ladies, you want to come up too? You can. So we wanted for brother Ant come up and everything, so we could definitely talk about it. Talk about the Knicks. You know, two big wins at Boston. Both games they came back from 20. First thing they came back of overtime, beat them, and in the regulation. Not in. In the regulation. You want second game. Both defensive plays by Mikal Bridges. Um, Cavaliers blew out Indiana last night. Indiana, they gotta play. They gotta play some D. They gotta play some D. One time in Indiana, when they get hot, they get hot. Hey, sis, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a while. I see you doing your thing in your channel. Keep on doing it. Y'all know each other. You're sub to each other and support. So we waiting for brother Ant. Come on, we talk about the Knicks. PC, you want to come up? You can. You're more than welcome. Open panel. I'll be right back, fam. Let me go give me some. Okay. No, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Stay right there before I give you something to drink. Be doing it. Don't worry about it. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay on link right there. You can come up. I don't know if we acting like that though. TC, you can come up too. CR, brother, CR, you can come up. You come up. Like I said, the Cavaliers, they blew up Indiana last night. All right.
What's going on, big dog?
What's good with you?
Man, I'm chilling, dog. Chilling. But I'm ready, dog.
Yeah, whoa.
Hold on. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, let me call you back. I gotta talk shit about the Knicks. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll call you right back. Peace. Yeah. So what's up?
What's up, man?
Yeah, it's so everybody from New York is calling me. It's off the hook right now. Yeah. It's bittersweet because usually when the Knicks go this deep, I'm in South Florida, so usually there's a stop in my somewhere. Like usually there's like over the years, since the late 90s, the Knicks can't really go far without going through Miami. And this is the first time like the Knicks really have a path to kind of get there without having to go through Miami. So I'm not going to be able to see it live. I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not flying to New York. Them tickets are too damn expensive.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, which that's how it is out here. I mean, I know last year, or 2 years ago when they were here for the playoffs, I saw game 3 and 4, and of course, as always, it's more Knicks fans than Heat fans because number one, Heat fans are fair weather fans, but number two, you know what I'm saying, all the Knicks fans travel, for the price of one ticket in Madison Square Garden, you get 2 tickets out here. And you get an Airbnb, and you get to see 2 games. Like you can see games 3 and 4 for the price of admission for game 3, and get a flight and an Airbnb, and hang out in Miami for the weekend. So it's a no-brainer for Knicks fans. They was like, yo, they gotta choose. They're gonna come to Miami for the weekend.
Yeah.
Least expensive ticket, man. Nosebleed seats are like $700, bro. $700 piece. I'm like, come on, bro. Like you got a better view on television anyway.
Yeah.
But I am gonna do a little bit of stuff where I want to show because Fat Joe and Jadakiss podcast was off the hook. Of course, Carmelo's up there talking his noise on his podcast. Stephon Marbury had a lot to say. Yeah, dog, it's deep. Y'all forgive me, man. I'm making my coffee, bro.
No, it's all right. I'm going to give me something to drink in a few minutes. Yeah, but I watched both games. Both games come back by 20. And it's all Roger Mikal Bridges make defensive play at the end of the game.
Yeah, which is why they gave up, their left arm, a testicle, and then their souls to get Mikal, So it's cool. I mean, I'm still not fond of what they gave up to get Mikal Bridges, but it looks good now when you see that Boston don't even get a shot off in game 1 and game 2 at home. But in Boston's defense, which they say this is a problem with Knicks fans, is because we we so used to losing that we kind of like see what the other team is doing wrong rather than what our team is doing right. But in Boston's defense, you know what I'm saying, when they got Porzingis on the court, which is our guy anyway, when they got Porzingis on the court, we don't really come back like that. So they act like they don't know why they can't play him in second halves. I know why they can't play him in second halves. They won't admit it because they're going to have to sit him down for the rest of the season if they admit it. But it's all good. Last series, he got hit in the head with an elbow and he got busted open. Remember, he was leaking like crazy.
Yeah.
And you assume he's just a bleeder that just got busted open or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The elbow hit and the skin got cut. Nah, bro, that man got concussion issues, bro. He probably passed the concussion test to start the game. And then as the game progresses, he gets woozy and can't stand up. That's what's going on. And they don't want to tell you what's going on. That man got some damage up there, bro. That's why no matter what, they're not playing him in the second half. Porzingis, that is.
Right. Yeah, I think he's gonna start today.
Yeah, he's gonna start every night, but he's not gonna be able to play. He's messed up, man. Trust me, man. He's got a hole in his skull. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit it. That wasn't the standard, bro. The way he was leaking, bro, it wasn't just a cut or a gash, bro. That man got some issues, dog, upstairs, and they know what's up. They just don't want to admit it. They call it mysterious illness. They know damn mysterious illness. That man got a crack. That man got a cracked skull.
But I was the Knicks. Don't talk that much. Just go and take care of your business.
Yeah. Well, it's not their fault. Their issue is us, the fans. We talk too much shit. Stephon Marbury was calling out the phony Knicks fans. I mainly think he was calling out Stephen A. Smith. You know what I'm saying? Calling out the phony Knicks fans like, yo, Madison Square Garden is not a stage this weekend. Madison Square Garden is the Knicks Palace. For real. If you're not a Knicks fan, don't come rocking Knicks colors. Don't come here. If you're about to start cheering for the other team, because you know how Madison Square Garden is. Like, you know, Boston, they get up 20 in Boston, and they fans feel uneasy because Boston fans ain't stupid neither. They know that even though this Celtics team is good, this ain't no old school Celtics pride team.
No.
They know it. You know what I'm saying? That's why Celtics fans don't feel easy when their team is up 20. They know these guys are sus.
Right.
I'm just saying they know that this ain't Bird, this ain't Parrish, this ain't McHale, this ain't Kevin Garnett, this ain't Paul Pierce, this ain't Ray Allen. You know what I'm saying? This ain't them. Celtics fans know that. You know what I'm saying? So they know that even though this team is good, this team ain't really like tough like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, like, you know what I'm saying, Knicks fans can kind of take things over out there. You know what I'm saying? That like they lose it. But for the Knicks, dog, you know what I'm saying? If somebody gets up 20 on the Knicks, you know, the Madison Square Garden will start cheering for them, or they'll just start getting quiet. That's a problem. It's always been like that for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, for this weekend, they need to stop that shit. They need to stop that. You boo those motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck how good they play. Boo them. Boo them. For real.
Yeah. But I'm saying that, like I said, maybe to hear, if the Knicks win, I'll be back talking about the game between 9:35, 9:05, 9:35. Brother Mace, he'd be on back in his channel. He be on here tonight too, because he gonna do the game with his.
I've been trying to get up with Mace. Yeah, I'm like, Mace, you want to talk to me about this one? You know, it's all good. But you know, Knicks fans just keep a cool head because you really haven't done anything. Luckily, you know, you're up 2-0. But you know, this is a must-win game today.
It's a must-win game for the Knicks. That's what I tell people. Just listen. We're up 2-0. It's good. Act like it's business and just take care of business today. Stop. Calm down. Boston still defending champions. Calm down. Handle your business.
Vegas still got them favored to win.
Right.
Even down 2-0, they still got them. Vegas still got them favored to win the series. You still get even money on the Celtics to win the series. Mm-hmm. Down 2-0. You know, even though we watched Boston do the same thing 2 years ago when they remember Miami was an 8 seed, they fell down 3-0 against them.
Right.
Remember that? Come on, man. And ain't nobody talking about that. It's like, bro, this team is sus, man. Yeah. Like back in the day when you was growing up, I know when you was growing up because you're a little older than me. When you was growing up, now granted, my teen years, the Celtics sucked. You know what I'm saying? The Celtics really didn't. The Celtics were good when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? In the 80s when I was young. You know what I'm saying? So when I first started watching basketball, that's like when the Celtics had probably won their last title in the 80s. That's when Bird won his last title. I was like 4 or 5 years old, right? So that wasn't no big deal. But the Celtics sucked, you know what I'm saying, back then. But we knew what was up. You weren't supposed to be the only person when I was growing up that had a reputation or had like he was a legend for being able to go on that parquet floor and get a win in the playoffs. And that was Magic Johnson. Nobody else was able to do that.
Right.
You know? Nobody else. Not Isaiah, not Jordan, you know what I'm saying? Not Wilt Chamberlain. Like nobody else was able to go on that Boston Garden parquet floor and get a win in the playoffs or for the title. Only Magic was able to do that. You know? And now there's everybody going on the parquet floor and get a damn win. You know, Steph Curry went and did it. LeBron James went and did it. Didn't he win like a game 7 or something in Boston? You know what I'm saying? A few years back, I think it was like his last year in Cleveland or something. You know what I'm saying? He won a game 7 in Boston. You know what I'm saying? Remember when he won game 6 in Boston when he went ham when he was in Miami, when he went crazy in Miami. That game 6 when he won his first. I'm like, bro, the parquet floor ain't what the parquet floor used to be, bro.
It ain't.
You know? So that's what I'm saying. Celtics fans know these guys are sus, bro. You know what I'm saying? These guys are sus. So
yeah. I'm like, Paul Pierce was talking about
Paul Pierce worked 20 miles. He walked 20 miles to work. Do you see that? Yeah. Talking all that noise, man. We got him walking, dog. Got the motherfucker walking.
Yo, the Celtics, I said, don't take that bet. Don't take that bet. He wants, but I understand he believes in his team and stuff like that. But it's amazing to me that you have a 20-point lead of both games. And they come back and beat you. But you still jacking up the 3. Why you just take it to the hole? I mean, like.
Well, I mean, look, and this is why I was like, I can't wait until Mace goes. I don't know if I'll be able to make it to Mace's because I got to get ready for my Sunday show tomorrow. And I'm probably going to do a little something before this game. But this is the issue, right? Everybody's getting on the jacking up the 3s. It ain't the 3s. It's the issue. They can still play their offense the way they play offense. For a team to come back on your ass from 20, your defense got to be a problem.
Yeah, that's not.
That's why I said I didn't want to say nothing to help them niggas. But even when Jaylen Brown said, "Oh, our defense is fine, our offense ain't clicking," the teams just scored like 40 and like 30 something in the fourth quarter and overtime on you. Like when you're giving up 40 points in a quarter, something's wrong with your defense.
And that's the thing. I talk about. I said, yeah, they jacking too many 3s. You right, but I said, but what about the defense? I said, come on now. Yeah, they score like 30 unanswered points.
Bro. I played basketball a lot growing up, and I was always taught, look, you don't want live ball turnovers. You know what I'm saying? You definitely don't want live ball turnovers, right? Because that fuels transition. So if you're going to be careless with the basketball, throw that shit out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that shit side out. You know what I'm saying? Side out. Nothing live on the court because your defense can't get set. You can be careless and flashy and all of that other shit, but you have to have the defense to back it up. That shit can't lead to baskets with the other team. Whatever it is they doing wrong, it's leading to baskets for the Knicks. So that's why I said their issue ain't even just them jacking up a bunch of bad shots. Their issue is transition defense. and rotating and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's their issue. You know, you can run whatever offensive system you want. When you're up 20, you don't have to score any more points. So miss me with the bullshit. You just got to stop the other team from scoring. So I'm like, why are people talking like these motherfuckers? Like, that's why you got to get the Knicks credit. They scoring on the motherfucker. You get the Knicks credit, but also you gotta blame their defense and their transition defense.
It's awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
But see, this side of me to say, oh, but they shooting the threes and stuff, and then talking about the Knicks is. Yeah, listen, if you ain't playing no good defense, the other team's going to score. And I mean, Knicks was scoring like
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you don't come back from 20 down because the team is playing lockdown defense on you. You come back from 20 down because you catching long rebounds and you running in transition. You know what I'm saying? You running in transition and you scoring without the clock moving. The free throw line. It was damn near identical. I know in game one, that 20-point lead was erased like that.
It's like that, yeah.
Real, dog. I saw they was down like 18, 20, boom, boom. And I stepped away for a second. I think I got on the phone with somebody or something. And I turned the shit back on. And we only down like 7. Like 7 or 6 or something. Like that shit was gone. I'm thinking like, hold up. Am I watching like I'm thinking maybe this shit went to an old clip or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, dog, this is the same damn game. You know? So
you stop them? I mean, like God, like y'all not play defense, right?
That's what I said. So I don't think their offense is failing them. Their offense is doing what their offense does. You're scoring. You shot 25% from 3 both nights. You were 15 for 60, then you were 10 for 40. It was an exact percent. Like the percentage was the exact same shit. Brunson never had to score 30 on you. Like that's it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. You got up 20. You lost it the same damn way. The lead evaporated with the same time frame, everything. And like I said, you can Porzingis not being on the court. They're a different team without Porzingis on the court. They just are. So, and I get it. You know, if you were gonna try to beat the Denver Nuggets, you need to get you one of them dudes too. You need you a 7-foot European dude that can do everything too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's kind of the way things are working now in the league, bro. That's why OKC is that's a tough ass match over there right now.
Yeah,
in Denver, bro, because they both got 7-foot motherfuckers that could do everything. You know, with damn Chet Holmgren and Joker. Now, even though Chet Holmgren ain't Joker, he's still pretty good with all them pieces you got around him. You know, so that's a tough series they got going on over there. I don't know if it's gonna go 7. But that's a tough one.
Yeah.
But the Knicks might have got a bone. The Knicks might have like legit. If they can get through this series, I don't think Indiana's going to make it past Cleveland. I think Cleveland just kind of proved last night that they know they're better than Indiana. Like they just know it. And their collapse wasn't like the Celtics collapse. Like granted, they had a couple late game collapses, but they had some injuries too. They were down a couple all-stars. They were down like 2 all-stars in the 6-man. Their dude probably should have won 6-man of the year. I think that guy Hunter probably should have won that over that Peyton Pritchard dude. So, you know, that once they got them dudes back, they looked pretty good last night. You know? So Cleveland looks fine. But you know, the Knicks just focus on the Celtics right now. But right now, with I say got tossed a bone, as in like Steph Curry getting hurt, and knock on wood for him. You know what I'm saying? I hope for the sake of basketball, you know, he's back in before the playoffs is over. But if Minnesota can beat Golden State, I think Minnesota can beat Denver, or they can actually beat OKC. They're actually. Yeah, they can beat OKC. And to be honest, if the Knicks were to make it to the finals, if we're a long way away, you know what I'm saying? We're 6 wins away from the NBA finals. Keep that in mind, though. We're only 6 wins away from the NBA finals. You know, 6 wins away. But if the Knicks could make it, that's the matchup we want. We want it versus Minnesota.
Yeah.
We want it versus Minnesota. We don't match up well with the other teams. You know, the other teams beat us where we're weak. And that's down low underneath. You know? Minnesota kind of beats us where we're weak too. You know what I'm saying? But they're not as bad as like OKC. They're not as bad. Damn sure not as bad as Denver. And of course, you know, with OKC, it's if we had to play against Golden State, it would just be like, you know, they don't beat us where we're weak. They're just stronger than us where we're strong. So that's what makes it tough. You know.
Yeah.
Perimeter defense and scoring at the point guard position because they got Steph. So it's like, yeah, we got Brunson, but y'all got Steph, dog. It's like, it's pretty tough. So
yeah. Yeah, so the game be coming on ABC, the ESPN today at 3:30. So y'all go check that out. And we'll see what happens. The Knicks can go up 3-0. Let's see.
Yeah. And the Knicks, well, I mean, this is a must win. I mean, look, like I say, Boston, I don't think they really feel much pressure right now. If they do feel pressure, it's really just because of the media, what the media is putting on them. Personally, they don't feel it because they were worse than this 3 years ago or 2 years ago when they was down 3-0 against Miami.
Right.
Remember, they lost the first 2 games at home and lost the first game in Miami. And then they came back and pushed it to 7 and ran out of gas in game 7. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, remember, they were supposed to have to go against the Nuggets that year in the finals, and they blew it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. But deep down, you know, Boston felt like they could have won that series if they didn't dig a 0-3 hole. Hell, they felt like after digging an 0-3 hole, they still could have won the damn series because they almost did.
Yeah.
You know, but how the hell, like how do you, like, you play 4 in a 7-game series, you got 4 games slated on your home court. They lost 3 of them. Right. Like, as a champion, you can't do that. You can't lose 3. Like, what's the purpose of being a number 1 seed, right? Is so that you can get home court advantage, right? What the hell is a home court advantage if you're just going to drop your home games? Like, this team, that Boston team was better on the road than at home all season. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I was talking to my son about this. I was like, bro, ain't no home court advantage no more. It's just not. These guys are so pampered and stuff. They don't, like, they got more pressure playing at home than they do on the road. They said that about Boston. They was like, oh, it's more pressure in Boston than it is on the road. There's no pressure on the road. I'm like, bro, where's your Celtic pride, man? Like, we ain't Celtics fans. We don't like the Celtics, but we respect the Celtics because there's Celtic pride there. There's tradition. There's pride. You know, show some damn pride, bro. You're not supposed to just let, like unless a dude is going to do one of those Game 6 LeBron James on crack things, shouldn't nobody be able, or just come in like Magic Johnson with a sky hook, shouldn't nobody be able to come on the parquet floor and win crucial playoff games? Right. And unless they just like, or Jordan, even when Jordan went for 63 on the parquet, the Bulls didn't win that game.
No, it didn't.
That's what I'm saying.
It didn't. No.
Win that game. Like, that's supposed to be a tough place to win, man.
It is. Welcome, Aquafina. How you doing? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, salute. What's up, Auntie?
What's up, Aquafina? How you doing?
Tired.
I was about to schedule something that I saw JT was on, and I'm like, I got to get ready. I am probably going to do something because I wanted to break down what's going on Fat Joe's podcast, because him and Jadakiss got a podcast. Like, New York is off the hook right now. It's off the hook right now. So, and that's what I be hating. I'm like, Knicks fans, damn, it's just a little too early. It's a little too early. But New York is kind of feeling it because some girls just won one. You know what I'm saying? The ladies just won one.
Right, yeah.
So, like, it is them dudes' turn. Like, it's actually been them dudes' turn. So,
Yeah, and also the Mets got one of the best records in the major leagues. I think the Yankees in the top 5 too. So
damn the Mets, man. I'm sorry. I know you a Mets fan and all.
I
Damn,
support all New York teams, bro. You know
damn, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't have a problem with the Mets. You're not going to hear me rooting against the Mets. But, bro, after y'all stole Juan Soto from us, man. And he laughing because he know it was a heist. It was a heist. Okay, that was a heist. Because I'll ask you straight up, JT, bro, if you could have had Aaron Judge or Juan Soto, which one would you take? Don't even answer. You would have took the guy you got. Exactly. And me too. So I don't know why the hell you know what I'm saying? You would have took the guy. I would have took Soto over Judge any day.
Oh.
Yeah, you would. Or hey, maybe you correct me if I'm wrong. You would take Aaron Judge over Juan Soto?
Well, to answer that, when I was playing, I'd take Soto all day.
Yeah, me too. That's why I don't understand what the hell the Yankees.
Hey, look. When it is Yankees, y'all could have matched it, and he could still play in the Bronx.
What are you talking about? We didn't have a problem, man. They tried to keep him, man. Look, y'all could have had damn Aaron Judge, man. I don't give a damn, man. Drop Judge, trade Judge, whatever. You don't give up Juan Soto. He's too damn good a ball player.
Yeah.
No.
Yankees, you messed up.
Too damn good a ball player.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like, let me tell you, before we continue, let me announce. Welcome to my channel, Already Darkness. Yours truly, the number one grinder. We got the number one, the king of the purge.
I'm saying Mitchell and Ness in the building today. Yeah.
Yeah. And Nick's in the building. But Sister Aquafina, she's on here. This is Yeah. Good morning to the fan. Part 43. Hashtag the true 2025 number one grinder. And we talking about sports. We talk about everything over here and stuff like that. We talk about Soto. I mean, like, now he start really hitting now, and I'm just saying that.
What you mean he start really hitting? Don't start with me, man. He just started hitting. I'll be right back.
No, I'm talking about the Mets. I ain't talking about the Mets. I'm talking about the Mets.
What you expect? He's Juan Soto. What you thought he was just gonna forget how to play ball?
No. Hey, listen what I'm saying. I'm going by what the media is saying. Me say he started to hit. I'm with you. He been started. He know how to play ball, man. He's an all-time great. I mean, like, come on. But you know, New York feeling themselves. I mean, the podcast, like you said, the podcast is getting hot and people was like that. But I'm just saying. Then we had then New York had a boxing in world at Times Square. I'm just saying, New York. I'm from New York, born and raised in New York, but I just all right. Yeah, just we'll see results.
I just want to say both of y'all hats are dope.
Thank you.
Thank you. I got a few more. I had a shirt.
I'm trying to get that color, and I couldn't find it in my size.
You got to go snap. It's a snapback. That's why.
Snapback.
It's a snapback. It's a Mitchell and Ness, but it's still a snapback.
Okay, you were old school on us, huh, at T?
Say it again. No, this is a.
I said you were old
this
school
is not,
with the
I got
snapback.
this.
I said with the snapback.
Yeah, no.
Old school, bro.
I'm with him. You can't. Yeah, you can't always find what you, especially where he is. Well, I don't know if you're still in the city, JT, but if you're still in the city, it's tough to get your size all of the time. That's why you be seeing a lot of these New York niggas wearing oversized fucking hats and shit.
I ordered this over the internet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can get them on the internet, but then a lot of times you got to wait and stuff like that. I go through the same thing every time I go to New York. I kind of like raid the Yankee clubhouse store and shit. You know what I'm saying? To see what I can get. It's tough to kind of get your size in a lot of stuff because they don't always have it. Especially I'm I'm small and thin, and I got a pretty small thing. But if you don't mind snapbacks, like I have like one Knicks fitted cap, like one. You know what I'm saying? Like one. The rest of them are snaps.
Yeah, I got a snapback too, but it's not the Knicks. I got a Jet. I got a Jet snapback.
All of my Giants hats are fitted.
Yeah,
and most of my Yankees hats. I got a couple of snap Yankees, but you know how Yankees work with Yankees. It's really not authentic unless it's fitted.
Yeah, that's true.
You can get authentic Knicks snap because that's the thing. Like, okay, so Aquafina, we care about the authenticity. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, because that's why I always said, like, real fans don't buy knockoffs because real fans want to support the team. So you want to support that legit license. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, I know my uncle is a big New York fan. Ever since I was in diapers, he always been a New York fan. So
well, that's what I'm saying. Hey, I be checking New York fans though. I'm like, look, if you see a quote unquote Yankees fan and his Yankees jersey has a name on the back of it, I'm like, you ain't no real Yankees fan, motherfucker. Because authentic Yankee jerseys don't have names on the back of them.
Okay.
They don't. Okay.
You know, I'm learning something new today. Okay. I'm learning something new.
And usually authentic. I know, get me wrong, you can get some like shit from the Yankees clubhouse with like snaps. Usually snapback, they won't give you a snapback hat. They'll sell you like a strap. It'll have a strap with like Velcro or something. You know what I'm saying? But it won't be like a snap. Those are usually knockoffs. Most Yankees caps are going to be fitted.
Right.
Authentic ones are going to be fitted. Knicks are the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Basketball, you can get that shit in snaps and fitted.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I know in Chicago they got a store with none but hats.
Mm-hmm.
Fitted or snapback. And they kind of expensive.
I got that Lids VIP. I got that Mitchell and Ness VIP. It's just some shit I can't wear. Like I can't wear certain shit. Like just like JT, if it's not like Yankees, Knicks, Giants, I can't wear that shit.
I ain't wearing that shit. No,
I can't wear it. Yeah.
Because a lot of people fail to understand they're not educated of hats and everything and the license and stuff like that. So the authentic and stuff like that. So when you have these talks like that, they like, what? I said, because you don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
I mean, I'm a Chicago fan, so I stay in Washington. You would never catch me in no Seattle bullshit.
Like down here, right in Virginia, right? They don't have no sports team, but they say so. They different teams and stuff. So they say, yo, you rocking New York? I'm from New York. What you think? I'm not rocking nothing else.
They trying to fight hard to get the Sonics back, though.
No, but I mean, I don't see how the fuck you guys lost the Sonics. That was bullshit. Y'all got robbed. Y'all got robbed. And now, granted, don't get me wrong. The city that took them is a rich ass. That Oklahoma City is a rich ass city. Like that for whatever reason. Y'all got fleeced. Y'all got fleeced by some mega billionaires. Like some mega billionaires. That was Chesapeake Energy, the people that own that had purchased that team and moved them. You know what I'm saying? And that you're talking about power plants and shit like that. So they were big, but they no longer own the Thunder because I think their CEO died or something like that. So I do know that Seattle had almost got their team back because Steve Ballmer was going to move the Kings to Seattle. He was going to buy the Kings and move the Kings to Seattle. And this Sacramento had blocked it. They did some petition or something to keep the damn Kings, which I don't even know why. That team sucks, bro, and it's gonna suck forever because you can't get no free agents and you can't keep high draft pick. You can't get a high draft pick. You can't keep high draft pick. So they're like with the Charlotte Hornets, bro. They're gonna be in purgatory forever. Like they're never gonna get there. You know? They're up there with Charlotte Hornets, the New Orleans Pelicans, like. You know what I'm saying? Unless you make a deal with the devil, you ain't never going to get a number one pick and you're never going to attract no big free agents. So I don't see how You know what I'm saying? I don't see how y'all are gonna get there, man.
I mean, like basketball, you go Seattle. I mean, like you look at the NBA, Seattle don't have a team yet. Like it's like,
well, no, but look, bro, notice this though. The Seattle Storm, the women's team, women's basketball team, they have been around since the inception of the WNBA.
Right.
Facts.
Titles, all of that, they have not gone anywhere. I'm like, how the hell do you sustain that team? When you got teams, the Houston Comets, that WNBA team won the first 4 titles, don't even exist no more in the WNBA. The Detroit Shock, they're not even in Detroit anymore. And they won like 2 or 3 titles or something.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? When they were in Detroit, now they went to Tulsa, now they're Dallas. I don't even think they're in Tulsa anymore. They're in they're now the Dallas Wings or something.
Yeah, but they're not filling up them stands like the NBA. You feel what I'm saying?
My point is, you got teams that won championships in the WNBA. And
they still got folded.
But they could still keep their team. How the hell could the Seattle Sonics, who won a championship in the NBA, not keep their damn franchise?
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. And I heard about that before because I've been out here now, Auntie, for going on 11 years next month. So it trips me out that they got a big, they just I want to say what, about 3-4 years ago, they just did a hockey team. How y'all do a hockey team before y'all do a basketball team?
Never that. Like, yeah, and the Seattle Seahawks went to the suit. Like Seattle's a solid city. Seattle's a solid sports city. Seattle's just a solid city. Good fan base.
They money making. It's a lot of money out here. I ain't gonna lie, Auntie. It's a lot of money out here.
For them to lose their NBA franchise, I think they're on the brink of getting an NBA franchise back. I just don't think the NBA is quite ready to expand without going to Vegas. So they're gonna move a team back to Seattle. They're not gonna be able to just. They're not going to be able to pull like what the Cleveland Browns did. They're not going to be able to do that.
They ain't
going to be able to move the team because you remember what ended up happening. The Baltimore Colts moved to Indianapolis. Then they moved the Cleveland Browns to Baltimore, made them the Baltimore Ravens, and then they just expanded and brought the Cleveland Browns back. You know, because that Cleveland Browns team now is not the original Cleveland Browns. The Baltimore Ravens are actually the Cleveland Browns. Right, the same way the Charlotte Hornets, they're not the original Charlotte Hornets. The New Orleans Pelicans are the original Charlotte Hornets.
Hornets.
They're the original Charlotte Hornets. You know what I'm saying? And they were moved to New Orleans, and then they expanded, got the Bobcats, and then they brought the name back. So that's pretty much. I think that's what Seattle's gonna have to do. They're gonna have to move a team over there, and they kind of want it to be Sacramento, but I don't think it's gonna be.
There ain't gonna be no Sacramento. I don't know.
Sacramento, they ain't having that shit. They like that city. They got money out there, bro. They are not giving it up, bro.
They're not.
And they're like, we don't give a fuck if we do keep losing. Y'all ain't taking our team. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like y'all ain't doing it.
But the way how they Seattle got done, like I said, wow. I said NBA, y'all let them do it like that? Just let them take it just like that? It's like
I mean, the way I see it, bro, that's the way the cookie crumbles, bro. It is what it is. I mean, I know I can't compare like the WNBA, but I'm like, look at the Houston Comets. Like now, what? How the hell do you won the first? Like that's historic, bro. When you talking about the history of what a 30-year-old league or whatever, you got a team that 4 titles. They won the first
4 titles straight, y'all.
The first 4, and that would be the equivalent in the NBA of the Lakers or the Celtics. Just that's it. No more team. You know what I'm saying? No more team. Like, no, that's it. No more Boston Celtics. We're just gonna get rid of the damn team. Like, come on, bro. You can't do that for just nostalgic purposes. So I think a lot of franchises do need to come back, and that's rare, even in the NBA, that you see teams that win championships that don't exist no more. And Seattle was always a competitive team. They were never
always. That's what I'm saying. They always been the playoffs for years. It's not
Yeah,
like they always been in the playoffs and go deep in the playoffs. I mean, they didn't win the NBA.
they had a couple. They had a couple of years where they didn't do much of shit, like before '08. You know what I'm saying? It was a couple of years, and that's why they moved on from Ray Allen and stuff. And you know when they traded Gary Payton and shit like that. So I get that, but every team goes through that. But then when the team just didn't exist no more, well, I'm not gonna say it didn't exist no more. They just moved them. They just moved them to Oklahoma City, which was weird. You know, just extremely weird. But I think they knew what they were gonna do. I mean, I just don't see how you can draft all these young guys because at the time they had just drafted Russell Westbrook, they had Kevin Durant, so they knew they were on an upward trajectory to just move the team after that.
Right.
That was weird. Yeah.
But yeah, Sean Kemp got a couple of weed stores out here. But
and you know, Ray Allen used to play for Seattle too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that was when they moved on from him, that's when, you know, of course they got really bad and they were able to get those top picks, you know, Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, you know, and of course James Harden right after that. You know, they got them
after the cap, after they should have like, like that would have been on their way back. Like,
they were on their way back.
Oh yeah,
they were on their way back, bro. You saw it like a year or 2 years after that, after they picked up Harden, like I think 2 years later, boom, right in the finals, playing for a title. You know,
I agree with Time. I was just reading what Time said. I agree with him. Cynthia Cooper, I agree. I really agree on that one.
He's a blessing to you, brother. Yeah, it's just for me. It's like I just want to see how to be back in the NBA. I mean, you got some sorry ass franchise now. Like, what are they doing?
So somebody mentioned but the Seattle Storm is still going. Like they still going.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And I think they might have like 3 titles or something in the WM.
I think about 3 or 2.
It's like 2 or 3.
I'm not mistaken.
You know what I'm saying? Because they did I think they had like 1 or 2 with Sue Bird and Lauren Jackson with them 2. And then when they picked up Breonna Stewart, they got some with that too. So
and you know we got soccer out here. That I ain't gonna lie.
Seattle's got a good soccer team too.
Yeah,
girls. Yeah,
I know the Cubs supposed to come out here this year, so like they doing hella work because I work in Seattle. I don't work too far from the stadium. They doing a lot of work because they know that Cup is coming out here in 2025. So
the thing about Seattle, where you got to keep in mind, like Seattle and Portland were always supposed to be linked, especially when you see all of this crap happening really couldn't happen until Paul Allen got like ill and died. Because you remember him and Steve Ballmer were always tight because Paul Allen had owned the Seattle Seahawks and he owned the Portland Trailblazers. And I think the family still does. Remember, that was him, Ballmer, and Bill Gates were homies with Microsoft. Right. So that's that big money. You know what I'm saying? Big money. You know what I'm saying? And until Ballmer became an owner, I think Paul Allen was the richest owner in sports, or damn sure in the NBA. Paul Allen was the richest owner in sports. You know, that's why he owned 2 teams. So that was the goal. They were supposed to get together. You know, and it just didn't work out.
That's my thing. But that's my thing, Auntie. It's money to me that, you know, in the sports world, and you know what I'm saying, like stuff I do. But that's why I don't understand why y'all, you know, these people want their basketball team back. These fans, they wear them jerseys.
They wear them loyal. They're loyal.
Rightfully so. Seattle got history, yo. Seattle does have history, man. Like I say, they won an NBA championship. Like, I'm still too young to remember this, but I know how good Dennis Johnson was. So, yeah, I know how good Dennis Johnson was.
Anthony, how old are you?
I'm 42.
Okay.
But Seattle, they won a championship in 78? It was 78. So that's before I was born. But I did get to see Dennis Johnson play for the Celtics later on in his career. but they said Dennis Johnson was even better when he was with Seattle.
He
was
was
MVP. They said he was even better.
Even Jack Sigma, even you got Jack Sigma. Jack Sigma don't get the credit he deserves. One of the big ones. That was a bad way, but yeah, Seattle had a crew. Because I understand Washington and Seattle, they played each other in 78, 79. They were the two best teams in basketball at the time. This is that the Washington won in 78. Then they come back. Then Seattle won in 79. They were two best teams.
Yeah.
But Seattle, you look at Seattle,
So you was a year off, Auntie. They won it in 79.
Okay, it was something like that. I was there before I was born.
No, I'm just letting you know. No, because I was just born in 78. So I don't know. I didn't start watching sports until 80s. I ain't had no choice. I had an uncle.
I can remember in 87, 87. I mean, of course, I remember when the Celtics were champions, but I was like really young. And then I can remember as long as like when the Lakers had went back to back. So that was like 87, 88.
Yeah.
That's when I started watching basketball. And it was like just fun to watch.
Yeah. I was about 3 years too, because like I played sports like almost my whole elementary time to my high school. So yeah.
What I'm saying. So now they'll probably bring it back. I just don't understand. I mean, somebody need to talk to that damn rich ass owner in Houston, that dude Tillman Fertitta, and see what they're gonna do about bringing them girls back. You got to bring them Houston Comets back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How the WNBA ratings are starting to go up and all of that other stuff, and they got all bring back some history. Bring back bring them girls back. Bring the Comets back. Because I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as Seattle was concerned, Sue Bird couldn't play forever. So, Breanna Stewart, she made her move, went to New York, got Lady Liberty, you know what I'm saying, the Liberty ladies a ring, her first season in New York.
Finally.
Her first season in New York. So I was like, shout out to her. Yeah. So now it's our guys' turn. You know what I'm saying? It's our guys' turn. That's what I was going to ask you, because I saw the thumbnail and I saw you had a picture of Barclays. I was like, so y'all got a watch party at Barclays because y'all can't afford to go to the Garden. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of if you can't afford Garden tickets today. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of, because I ain't ashamed of.
I'm originally from Brooklyn.
Yo, hey, motherfucker, I had to pay my damn rent, motherfucker. I cannot afford to go. I cannot afford to spend 2 months of rent to go watch one fucking basketball game.
I'm not.
When the shit's included in my damn internet package. I'll just watch it at home.
I feel it.
For real. They said, man, courtside tickets will run your ass $5-6 grand. They said Super Bowl ticket prices. But I did hear on Fat Joe and Jadakiss podcast, which I always knew this, they be giving them motherfuckers tickets, man. Them stars. Yeah, Mello and JR and Fat Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Jadakiss, they said that the Knicks look out and give them tickets. I mean, they didn't pretty much say they give them to them, but I'm like, I refuse to believe they just give y'all a discount, motherfucker. They don't send y'all no bill, no $20,000 bill. Y'all ain't even making music no more. Fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, they giving y'all them tickets, man.
Yeah.
Now, I do know one thing. The LA don't do that shit. Okay, LA don't do that shit. You paying for them damn tickets. Jack Nicholson got to pay for his tickets, damn it.
LA, shit, they need every little piece of money they got, shit. I think they the number one of homelessness. They need everything they can get.
I mean, I don't like the fact that they just, how the hell you gonna be charging motherfuckers $5, $6, $7, $8, $9,000 a ticket, and then you let these fucking bums come in there for free? Now, why? Because they're rappers, fucking 50-year-old, 60-year-old rappers and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's stupid. And then I had an issue with what Carmelo Anthony said on his fucking podcast, because I didn't even see no problem, because he was talking about He was talking about when he was in New York, and he was like, yeah, in 2013, you know, I had to be one with the city, and everybody kind of followed my lead, and you know, Shump started doing his rapping thing, and then JR started hanging out, and we had to be cool with the city. And I'm like, that's the problem. Y'all niggas ain't never win shit. It's a fucking problem. Y'all never won nothing, but y'all came to New York thinking you stars. It don't work like that.
Right.
Not in New York. It might work like that in LA. You might be a star just because you're wearing the uniform, but in New York, it don't work like that. We don't need a bunch of hometown motherfucking wannabe rappers on a basketball court. We want hard hat, lunch pail, tough motherfuckers that just want to play basketball. Okay, if you're a great basketball player and you're tough, then the city will make you a star.
Right.
But you're not just a star because you're wearing the uniform, bitch. That's why I don't like Carmelo. This is why Carmelo Anthony, you just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, and they will not retire your jersey any fucking way. Your jersey will never be retired in the NBA.
That's crazy.
Right now, he's running around because that's what they won't tell you. He's running around begging to get his fucking jersey retired somewhere, and nobody's retiring that shit. Which the only places he even has a chance of getting his shit retired is, of course, Denver, which it's not going to happen because Nikola Jokic wears that now. So that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to happen. Right. They gave your jersey away years ago. And the guy that got it is way better.
Let me ask you a question, Auntie.
And then his jersey is not getting retired in New York. Patrick Ewing, they say Patrick Ewing was lucky to get his damn jersey retired in New York. But before you ask me, don't forget your question. JT know what's up. That's why I had a problem with Carmelo Anthony on his podcast talking about how he was all one with the city and this and that, and he embodied the city when he was in New York, and all the players on the team follow his lead. I'm like, that's why you ain't win shit. And y'all ran Jeremy Lin out of town and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And y'all didn't care about winning. Y'all just wanted to be hip hop heads and hanging out with rappers and shit. You didn't give a fuck about winning. And that's the damn problem. We sick of the motherfuckers in Knicks uniforms. We got just the guys that we need out there right now.
Yeah.
Hard lunch pail guys that just want to go out there, play ball, and win.
Oh, there he is.
They're not out there trying to be stars. And that's the problem. You got Carmelo Anthony that got 4 or 5 gold medals. You got a national championship in college. You got all these numbers, and your jersey will not be retired anywhere, nigga. How about that?
Right.
How about that?
His best chances of getting his jersey.
Look, that motherfucker was crying like a bitch on his podcast last year about the fact that when he was up for the Hall of Fame, he's like, damn, Denver ain't gonna retire my. No, they're not. They gave your jersey to Jokic, bro. So you know they ain't retiring that shit. Okay? That's it.
When he retires.
That's what they think about you.
And they're not, if they didn't retire John Starks, Charles Oakley, I don't even think the Knicks didn't even retire Bernard King's jersey. So there's no way in hell they're gonna retire yours.
How many people that will ever retire? How many people whose jerseys they retired?
To not win a championship, Patrick Ewing.
No, who have one champ? Patrick Ewing.
That's the only guy to not win a championship that got their jersey retired with the Knicks.
And let me say this though, when it was hard in the early '80s when Clyde Frazier won 2 titles with the Knicks, 1970-73. They had a hard time to retire his number.
That's what I'm saying.
With Bill Bradley and everybody.
Yeah.
It was hard for them.
Don't forget it was with him too. Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson didn't get his jersey retired in New York.
No.
On the bench.
He was out for one of those championship runs. He was out for the season because he underwent spinal fusion surgery.
Well, he got a ring. But I'm just saying, that big coat hanger motherfucker, bro.
He's got 2
coat hanger. But still, he ain't get his jersey. Like, bro, Carmelo Anthony is not a winner, unfortunately, not since college. You know, especially when he came to the league. He just wanted to be a star. That was it.
It was one and done in his college, by the way. He was one and done. Remember that.
Well, everybody's one and done now. So
I
hold that against him.
See, when people talk about the Knicks, right? I'm not saying I know everything, but I know a little bit about the Knicks. Even like the championship teams, the Knicks even have a hard time retiring their number. It was a hard time. It was people like, when are you going to retire that number? They was like this.
They didn't want to retire. Remember how long it took them to retire Patrick Ewing's number? They act like they didn't want to retire Ewing's number. It's like, damn, bro. They like, yo, he ain't win no championship, bro. And they still was just giving out John Starks. They still giving that shit out to anybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? Josh Hart wearing John Starks' number now. They had Julius Randle wearing Bernard King's number.
Crazy, isn't it, right?
Like real shit. They didn't even, that's why I'm like, man, they didn't retire Bernard King's number. There's no way in hell they retiring your number in New York. Damn, whatchamacallit, Carmelo, fuck out of here, bro. Bernard King ain't even get his jersey retired.
He's not entitled to shit.
And he was way better.
Way better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that entitlement and everything. Got to worry about with some of these younger kids.
I used to grow up hearing all the legendary stories about Bernard King and Dr. J and shit growing up, in Hempstead.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's from Hempstead. Okay.
Because those cool. Town boys,
Right. And a lot of people don't know. People say, oh, yeah, New Jersey Nets. No, that used to be the New York.
No, that was the
Nets.
New York Nets. That was the New York
Nets before they moved to Jersey.
No, that was the ABA. Yeah, they weren't. They didn't move to Jersey until they came to the NBA.
Right. The New York Nets was the ABA team.
Yeah.
And they moved to New Jersey. They've been the NBA.
And they were playing in Hempstead. They weren't playing in the city.
Right.
That's where Brother Man was born.
But that's where Doc was from. Dr. J was from there. He was from Hempstead.
Okay.
So he was literally playing for his home team.
Right.
Julius Erving.
They don't get the credit he deserves.
I used to hear the legends from like my pops and his friends and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like just the stories about, you know what I'm saying, just growing up, the way them boys would come to local fucking courts and playgrounds and shit. Bernard King.
They're part of the community.
Balling.
They're part of the community.
Those pickup games were legendary in the 60s and 70s.
They used to show up.
Yeah, in the 60s and early 70s, like they said, them shits were legendary. You know what I'm saying? From Long Island to even every now and then, of course, they would have to go to Brooklyn and the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? They would have to go hit the courts in Soundview and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because those courts are legendary, bro.
Everybody keep on talking about the Rucker Park. That's true, though, too. But they used to go to other parks, too.
I was about to say, Rucker Park is not as legendary as they try to say that shit is. I mean, there's been a lot of shit at Rucker, but some of the illest pickup games happen right on Long Island, bro.
Yeah.
Right in Hempstead.
Right in Hempstead, Roosevelt, Long Island, all that, yeah. Bro used to, even I forgot the name. Lamar Odom used to play for one of them. Long Island something.
He played for Coney Island. I think Lamar Odom was from Coney Island, wasn't he?
They from Queens.
Okay, never mind. That's Marbury and them from Coney Island.
No, Marbury from Coney Island, but Lamar Odom, he played for some team in Long Island. I forgot the name of it, but they
Marbury and Telfair were from Coney Island.
Coney Island, yeah. Because they cousins.
Wasn't Kenny Anderson from NYC?
Who?
Somewhere. Kenny Anderson.
Carmelo ain't really.
Yeah,
Carmelo was born in New York. Carmelo ain't from.
No, I said Kenny. I said no, fam. I said Kenny Anderson.
He's from Queens.
Yeah. Thank
you. You misheard me, but it's all right.
No, I'm still talking about Carmelo. I can't stand him though. He sit there and talk about phony ass New York.
I get it.
Don't get me wrong.
I get it.
But it's just I'm just like, bro, you act like you born and raised in New York or some shit. You not. You know what I'm saying? I know you.
Hey.
Grew up in like Baltimore or some shit, and you.
Yeah, he did.
Oak Hill Academy, motherfucker. Like, come on, bro.
Suburban Negro, basically.
I ain't mad at him, but
Or preppy.
But I'm like, your accent.
Just be yourself.
It's not even the real accent. It's not even a real accent.
Do you remember what Bernie Mac used to say about being yourself in House Party 3? If people don't like when you be yourself, F them. Just be yourself. But some people don't want to be themselves. There's, everybody putting up a front. I mean, that's why I remember Nas had a song called "The Black Zombies." That's on the Lost Tapes. It's one of the last songs on the Lost Tapes. He talked about like you're scared to be yourself. Why try and be somebody else when you can only be yourself? Just be you.
I'm just saying, back in New York, New York playground ain't what it used to be. I used to see them start like everywhere. Yeah, I mean, like,
because
the
playgrounds are rainbow colored now.
In Basic Park, I see Bernard King play in Basic Park, Queens. Yeah. Get off the train. They travel on train.
I'm like,
get off, let ball.
It was a different time. I mean,
Stephon Marbury wants to come. Y'all want to roll out the red carpet for Stephon Marbury? All right, it's cool. Even if you want to roll it out for Carmelo and Amari, I'm just like, bro, that shit represent Nick's failure, bro.
Stephon.
Bro, I'm like, that shit just.
We just talked about him, Kenny Anderson.
Kenny Anderson ain't that motherfucker played for New Jersey. That motherfucker never played for the Knicks.
No, I'm talking about Bourne. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about
he's an NYC native, New York native. Come on, he's from Queens.
I'm like, so what? We gonna roll out the red carpet for Lance Stevenson too?
No. What I'm trying to say was like he took
from New York. So, Lance Stevenson was at the damn Pacer game now. Like, come on. Like, and Lance Stevenson was a New York legend.
Right.
In high school. He was a legend in high school.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Same with Lamar Odom. Just like he said, Lamar Odom was a legend in high school, man.
What? Christ a king? Oh, my God. Y'all
Carmelo
Anthony. Y'all watch Lamar Odom in the NBA. We told Lamar Odom was in high school. Christ a king?
Yeah. He's a legend.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Lamar Odom.
Before he got that tattoo on the side of his head.
Oh, you talking about Marbury?
Lamar Odom? No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got my name. I'm sorry. I got the names mixed up. My apologies.
Nah, Marbury is a legend. Of course, he was great in the NBA. I mean, he was pretty damn good in the NBA. But he was really good when he went to China. So that's legend right there.
Yeah.
He got his statue before everybody was getting statues. Like he got his statue right around the time when only like Jordan had a statue. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not mad at him. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody wasn't just getting statues, man. Now they're giving anybody can get a fucking statue now. It's kind of annoying.
Willy-nilly.
Yeah. Welcome, Sister Y Sports. Thanks for coming. Thanks for welcoming you here. Glad you be here. Yeah, glad you be here. Very much appreciate it. Go sub to each other in the chat if you want. Go sub. I really appreciate that. We talking everything, especially sports. But New York, that's what I say when people ask me about New York. I say, what times you talking about?
Nah, but people wonder why. Okay, that Knicks team in the '90s was so beloved. I'm like, because that team made it to the finals twice. That's why. That team made it.
And they were men.
They took us on some serious rides. And they never got swept by Jordan. They always win at least 6 games with Jordan.
Right.
So, and even if we lost the game, we won the fight.
You gave them the business. You guys gave them the business.
No, there was always a fight though. There was always a fight.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because you guys are like, we're not
throwing hands, slapping people in the face, whatever. choking whatever. Like for real, the motherfuckers was rich as hell coming out the tunnel looking pissed off, like ready to fight.
What I say wrong? What I say wrong?
Out the tunnel
those battles then.
On Sunday afternoon, ready to fight, yo, every damn week.
Now they go on court. How you doing? Get the fuck.
Hey, y'all remember Zoe and Grandma when they threw down?
Yeah, when they were scared to hit each other, they was throwing punches, scared to land. I remember that.
That bullshit started in Charlotte, of course.
Well,
so I was like, what the hell wrong with you? It got personal because, like, remember, Zoe was like drafted a year after Grandma, but he was like number 2 overall out of Georgetown. Well, Grandmama was just boasting about, he was drafted number 1 out of UNLV the year before, and they won a championship and everything. And it ended because of, like, egos, contracts. See, and I guess, you sometimes ask yourself, some players I think just got comfortable staying where they are,
Well, like Larry Johnson has some serious back injury. He has some serious injuries that kind of stunted his.
Oh yeah, that's true.
As a player, you know what I'm saying? He had a serious trajectory. You know what I'm saying, to just really be good. And Zoe actually did get really good. Like, let's just keep it real.
Zoe came back from kidney disease. Remember, he had to undergo a kidney transplant at one point.
His career was over, but Zoe was still always up there. Like even before that, Zoe was always one of the top big men in the league. Larry Johnson, like Zoe was never hampered by.
He was a power forward
until the kidney issue. You know what I'm saying? So today, I mean, I'll say it. Zoe had a better career than LJ as far as the
Who else had a kid? Who else? Who I remember when I think of kidney issues and stuff like that. Sean Elliott when he was with the Spurs. Remember he can't. He had to, like, after they won the championship, he had to take time off just to get a kidney transplant. And fortunate for him, he got it from his brother. Guys coming back from like really fucked up situations like kidney illnesses. That's no joke. Liver disease. Man, just like you said, back injuries. What's the worst back injuries you can think of?
I mean, a lot of those guys deal with them. Tracy McGrady had some bad back injuries that hampered him. Dwight Howard had some bad back injuries that hampered him.
He had back surgery, didn't he?
They all did.
Dwight?
They all had that.
Yeah.
Some kind of, which is always scary surgery, which you never really recover from.
What type of surgery are we talking? We're talking, when you say back surgery, what are we talking exactly? The different type of procedures, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, whatever it is, they got, they got herniated discs, all types of, just back spasms. Like I said, it's a delicate procedure. So these guys,
I've had back spasms myself. Fortunate for me, I just went to go see a chiropractor, and he also noticed, and he discovered, like, the back spasms I could see, and he just told me that, like, I had a rib out of place, and he got me all back all realigned, and I'm glad that. I mean, but the surgery, sometimes you want to avoid that and try to find another way, or
hey, you also
I don't know why guys just also you don't consider taking preventative measures.
Well, you
like how many people just like
imagine if you had to jump up and down for a living.
Yeah. Oh, that takes a toll on the knees, especially if you're a big man. And also remember, big men. Here's the problem. Here's another thing that people forget about big men. The older they get, their metabolism really slows down, so they start gaining weight like crazy, and then it's harder to keep it off. It's harder for them to keep it off. I mean,
hey, we're gonna talk about the Knicks though, JT.
Yes, sir.
So here's the deal. Not only is this a must-win, the Knicks need to play this damn first quarter like their ass is down 20 again.
They have to.
Like they're 20 again. They need to blow these motherfuckers out, just like Cleveland blew out damn Indiana last night, or like OKC blew out damn Boston. Put up 90 points in the first half if you have to.
Yeah, they gotta win. They gotta win each quarter convincingly. They have to. Tibbs,
They got to make a statement.
Tibbs, listen, we got our score. Now, I don't want to see no 5 or 6 points leading to another quarter. No, right, like you said, I said let it have 100. I said let it be 100. I take that.
Well, I mean, look, like I said, those last minutes were just like I was trying to say earlier, everybody's getting on Boston shooting them threes. I'm like, bro, that's easy to kind of get on their case about this. They've blown games, they've blown series like this before, but they also won a championship like this. So whatever, it comes, it goes. I get it. But just like I said, it's their transition defense. The Knicks had good transition defense. You even saw it when they made the adjustment on Tatum's second try at the same damn play. You know what I'm saying? They're getting back in transition even when they're missing shots. And I get it. Your defense is easier to play when the opponents are taking the ball out from under the net. You know, I get that. Defense is easier to play, but they're not always taking the ball out from under the net. So what you gonna do about it? You know, like you got to get back on transition. You got to communicate. You got to talk. You got to be able to do all of those things. So Boston need to realize that they're not the same team without Porzingis on the court. They're not the same team defensively. They're not the same team offensively. They don't have the same amount of space. So even though on paper your shots might be wide open, without Porzingis, you don't have the same space. So you ain't as wide open as you were in that first half with Porzingis. So hopefully they'll keep jacking anything when Porzingis ain't on the damn court. Hopefully, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Letitia, thanks for showing up. Appreciate you.
Hopefully. I say the same thing. It's kind of similar with, you know, the Steph Curry effect. Like, you can say whatever you want. I don't give a damn how many points Buddy Hield gives you. It ain't the same team without Steph Curry on the court.
He's the heart and soul of the team.
You can be hard and soul. I'm just saying the team don't play with the same space. Like the defense isn't the same against you because this guy is not here. So that's
what I just said.
When this guy is on the
that's
court,
what I just said.
You got to be aware of where he is all of the time. You know what I'm saying? Like defenses have to adjust like dramatically just because he's there. Some guys are just like that, you know, like on the court. And Porzingis is one of them dudes. You know what I'm saying? Steph Curry is one of them dudes. Nikola Jokic is one of them dudes.
Difference makers.
One of them dudes where just having to defend them is a team effort. You know, it's a team effort and it changes things on both ends. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are not those dudes. They're just regular NBA players that, I mean, they can do a lot of things well, but I think whatever Joe Mazzulla is doing is kind of limiting them. You got to be able to make some adjustments. I don't know. I'm just hoping that they wait a couple games to figure it out.
Yeah. Wise Sports, she said, what you said about Boston and Curry? Y'all can pick it up then. I add whatever.
No, I was just saying, like, without Porzingis on the court, it's just a different team. The Celtics need to understand that. So you don't need to be jacking up all them threes because number one, you don't have a rebounder. You don't have the same rebounder in Porzingis. You now have 40-year-old Al Horford down there. That's a different. You know what I'm saying? That's different. Also, you don't have the same shot blocking threat. Also, you don't have an extra 7-footer that can stretch the floor like Porzingis can. So because of that, you're not as open as you may think you are. You know, that's why your percentage is going down in the second half without Porzingis. It's that simple. But like I said, I believe the dude has a hole in his skull. So that's why he can't fucking play the whole damn game. They just won't admit it because they're going to have to shut him down for the whole damn playoffs. And I'm sick of NBA teams doing that shit, shooting guys up knowing damn well they're hurt, knowing damn well they shouldn't be in uniform. I had enough of that shit. I thought it was bad enough when they was trying to do it to Kawhi in San Antonio when he was like, look, I don't want to, I'm not good. And they're like, yeah, you are good. And he's like, no, I'm not, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. and they still kind of made him play, I was like, whatever. I didn't trip about it. But then when the Warriors did that shit with Kevin Durant and they tried to lie and tell us that it was a calf strain, knowing damn well everybody in the world just saw him pop his damn Achilles. Everybody saw him pop his damn Achilles tendon, and they talking about it's a calf strain. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, you ain't gonna piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Like, I've been watching sports all my life, damn near, and we know what this injury looks like. That man just popped his Achilles, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then they shoot him up in the finals. They got ice all around his damn ankle and shit. And then you got Bob Myers on the podium. It's an Achilles tear. I can't believe it. You can't believe it. Like, the fuck out. We just watched him pop this shit 3 weeks ago. Now you acting surprised in the finals? Like, come on. This is insulting. Like, this is insulting. Like, we watched Kobe pop his Achilles. We watched DeMarcus Cousins pop 2 of those shits. We watched Isaiah do it. We watched Dominique Wilkins do it. We watched multiple football players do it. Like, we know what an Achilles pop looks like, motherfucker. That was an Achilles pop. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You're out.
Right.
Oh, my leg, oh, my leg, oh, my leg, oh, my leg.
You know?
All right. And this is what she said, making them play too soon after the injury actually makes the injury worse.
Exactly. But this time,
yep.
You further aggravate if you come back too soon.
That's excellent point, Sister Wild Sports. Excellent point.
Well, with Porzingis, I don't like it because this is what they be doing to high school football players. These dudes take these blows to the head, you know what I'm saying? They just put their asses back.
CTE.
And then what they try to say is, oh, well, he just passed out in practice because of heat stroke. Wasn't no goddamn heat stroke. The motherfucker fucked up.
He was concussed.
Damn blows to the head. Now you getting nauseous an hour in the practice. That's what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
He's concussed.
Him is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened.
He's concussed.
It's nothing. It's not like a physical, you know what I'm saying, like injury. He took a blow to the head. A bad one too.
A real bad one, yeah.
See, hey, I mean,
this is the same shit.
It's not uncommon.
What was it with Tua a couple years ago?
The concussions, two back-to-back concussions.
Back on the damn field, and it's like, bro. They talk about what they try to say. Oh, a neck, a slight neck or collar. Look, get the fuck out of here. We just watched that man
pinch the nerve in his neck.
Ground, bro.
He got rocked. He got his bell rung.
They try to pull the camera off him when we see the dude can't stand up straight. They try to get the camera off of him like we don't see this shit. The dude can't even stand up straight.
Yeah, back to back. We talked. I remember we had a discussion about this with a friend of ours who does sportscast and whatnot, and they're like. And they talked about this like in high school, like concussions are no fucking joke right now. Like people are not taking this whole CTE thing seriously. And Tua, I know he's hard, but you know, you're dealing with Samoan, and they're like really tough like that. But dude, there's playing hurt and playing injured. So sit your ass down. But then again, you got to question what type of concussion protocol were they adhering to at Miami at the time. Because you are in danger and you play that way.
Yeah, concussion protocol. I don't even want to hear about that. When this dude can't even stand up straight, the hell up out of here, man. Keep him off the damn field. He can't even stand up.
He's concussed.
That's what I saw. I'm like, I saw them put it, and then they're gonna lie to the damn press talking about it's a collarbone injury or whatever. When we all watch this man get blammed, and then bang his head up against the damn. It wasn't AstroTurf, so it was the field or whatever. But that shit's still pretty
in hard. Seattle. You talk about the follow-up game in Cincinnati where he got slammed hard and he was like in the fencing position.
Yeah, but the game before that, you saw that he tried to stand up and fell.
Yeah,
I saw that. I saw that as well.
Saw that the game before that, and then they come back on like 4 days rest. It wasn't even a full week of rest. It was like 4 days rest because I think they had to play
You got to take him out. A week is not even enough. You can't even have a week is not enough to recover. Your hair is
with his fingers all pushed back, looking like damn the Wicked Witch.
It's called the fencing.
Of the West or whatever from the Wiz and shit. Fingers all pushed back. I'm like, yo, what the come on, bro.
It's called.
They don't
It's
care.
called. Yeah, he froze. He was all froze up. His brain, his nerves were like all shot like that. I get it. It's called the fencing position when you get concussed like that. You ever seen MMA fighters or boxers when they get knocked out and they just like starts like that?
Yeah, they are
So,
some
I
players.
know what you. I know. I've seen that shit before. I know. I know. I understand what you're talking about. And the fact they had
Yeah,
to
they are some
wheel him
players.
out, stretch him out after that. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
they
there are
would. I
some.
mean,
Right.
hmm?
Now, let me cut you off. But there are some players that
Huh?
I remember in football back in the 80s. They say they don't even remember when they finished the game.
Yeah, they don't remember.
Yeah,
They don't remember.
They
Bro,
that
we
played
part
a
of their
professional
that.
shit with high school players all of the fucking time, man, because they don't have the medical staff that them pros have right on deck. So high
Hmm.
school players got to tough that shit out. There ain't no medical professionals on deck at all, usually.
And this is not just in and what we're talking about, this is not just in football. You see this also in high school level or amateur wrestling. See this also in other in grappling and other contact sports. They don't talk about this stuff in hockey. You know that needs to be addressed.
Well, those guys are tough. Those guys are expected to get bammed all over the damn place, and I get it.
But yeah, but you know they don't have that. They don't they don't understand like how severe the concussions are in those sports as well.
They don't care. They're not going to do that because they tough guys.
That's what I mean. Like that's just part of their
Tough
game.
it out, broken necks and everything. Yeah, I get it.
Come to hockey, man, I just get it. Like ain't nobody ever question no hockey player's toughness. Nobody questions that shit.
It
So
ain't nothing about being. There's one thing about toughing it out, but when you get your bell rung like that, they got like, yo, we gotta take him out. He's not. He's not there. He's not all there. Get him out. Just like like with like if you like amateur boxing, you get punch drunk.
no, I mean that's what the
Hey,
Celtics are doing with Porzingis. Is just at halftime they realize this motherfucker's all woozy and he can't stand up. You know, and I'm like, that's what's gonna happen when you got this dude. Like he's probably passing all the physical tests before the game, but then as game speed comes, you running up and down, you jumping, you doing all of this reacting, just the atmosphere in there, the air, all of that shit. The pyro and shit can fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? It can fuck with you. So he's all nauseous and stuff
light
like that.
sensitive. Wait a minute. You mean like light sensitivity?
Yeah, all of that shit. You got fireworks and shit going off on the building and shit, man. It's all types of shit going on
No,
in there.
you talk. Oh no, what you talking about is like no. You talking about photoepilepsy and shit like that.
Everything.
You can get
Look,
seizures.
yeah, that's what's going to happen, bro. If you got a hole in your fucking skull in an empty damn room, or you got a crack in your skull in an empty room, you might be able to do all of this shit. But then you get into an arena, you sitting in the fucking middle, everybody, you got 25,000 people yelling and screaming all around you. Then you got to go up, down, jump all over the place, react, do all of this shit and move. You might get a little woozy.
It's called sensory overload. Yeah, what you're talking about is called sensory overload.
I'm not a doctor. I just understand that.
No, I'm giving you the info. I'm passing you the info, man. I'm trying to learn you something. But I hear what you're saying. I'm just breaking it down. I understand what you're saying. I'm breaking it down for you, so we can understand. So we building here, right?
And also, let me say this: Sister Wise said also soccer too. You can get you get hit in the head.
Yeah. Oh, soccer. Yeah, that's my that's my wheelhouse. Soccer. You've had players who've had skull injuries, but in the pros, they come back after like about a couple months, but they have to wear like protective headgear. Rugby, there's this type of cap they got to wear called a scrum cap, just to protect your head if you dealt with concussions. Some people they wear it just as a precaution, even if they don't have a history of concussions. But soccer, yeah, you've had guys who've got. I remember, like, as back in the '90s, guys getting busted open from head-on-head collisions trying to hit that ball. Goalies have actually knocked themselves woozy, when they hit their head in the post. Or there was this one guy I remember, Petr Cech. He's from the Czech Republic, trying to make a save, and like goalkeeper, and he tried to make a save, and the opposing player's shin hit him right across the skull. He was out. He had to be stretched off, and they had to undergo emergency skull surgery. He has no memory of what happened. That's why he doesn't. He's never been like shook after that. He admits he's never had, but since coming back, but when he came back, he had to wear like a protective headgear, and that became like his trademark look. So it is what it is, but
Who you got today? You got the Knicks or you got the Celtics? And tell us why.
I haven't really been paying much attention to the NBA lately because my sport is more soccer.
We talking Knicks, Celtics today, right?
Right. Wait. We need there's a oh no, because like underrated. You remember our man Snowman, right?
Yeah.
Because remember, there's one of his partners. He's from New York, Brooklyn, and they always have that running gag, that PSA he does, where he's like saying "F Boston" and everything about it, because he's a die in the wool, Knickerbocker to the day he dies and everything. If we could play that, that would have been cool.
Go Nuggets, I understand, but you over here, Knicks and Boston.
I ain't got no problem with the Nuggets.
He's from the Nuggets. So
I believe I don't have a problem with the Knicks having to go through fucking the last two champions to win their championship. I don't have a problem with that. That way, it solid ass championship, because that's one of the reasons why Boston is getting questioned now. And it's not their fault. They played who was in front of them, but they really ain't have to play nobody to win their shit. They didn't have to beat no champions. Let's keep it real.
What's the saying? When it comes to being champions, to be the champs, you got to unseat the champs. But it's one thing to win the championship, but to retain it is a different battle.
Nuggets good too. No problem. Don't worry about Jet. Nuggets good,
But like as far as Boston goes, like sometimes like if you win a championship, you get a little complacent, and sometimes you just want to.
Like I said,
they're just fucking around.
I love the Nuggets. My mother just called me yesterday, telling me how much she loved Joker. And I'm like, yeah, man, that motherfucker can play, man. I've been saying this shit ever since Mike Malone started that motherfucker, man. When they got rid of who they get rid of Nurkic or whatever, or who was the other dude that they got rid of, Nurkic? And I was like, people were like, why would they get rid of this dude and then start some 44th pick? I was like, yo, this motherfucker can play, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, this motherfucker can play, man. I watched this motherfucker. This motherfucker good. And sure enough, that motherfucker was out there doing everything, man. Everything. Yeah, Joker. Bro, he showed up to the game last night. Hold up. He showed up to the game last night wearing a purple suit. And a green vest. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, I see it.
That motherfucker came in full Joker mode.
He's not fucking around.
Okay.
He came to fuck around, but he's not really fucking around.
I am the Joker.
Joker can play.
He showed up 7 feet tall, damn near 300 pounds. This little bitch showed up in a purple suit.
They build differently where he's from. So he knows. And plus, but people sometimes forget his offense and defensive awareness. And now he's like, he sees the court and everything. So he's like, oh, I know where I need to be. Where where everybody got to be and everything. So he's like, he knows how to, just lead the team and call the play.
Look, I know whatchamacallit. JT know what I'm talking about. This motherfucker look like Magic Johnson out there, man. Real shit. He looked like Magic Johnson, and he can score. Like he looked like Magic and Kareem in one damn body out there. For real. Right. He is doing all that shit. Or
no argument here.
Maybe like Magic and Arvydas Sabonis. I don't know. That motherfucker is just balling though, bro.
Let me read this wise Or said yes, Nuggets, Pacers.
Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, yeah.
My picks this week.
I don't know about the Pacers, man. I don't. I mean, they're sus. They're sus. They're sus. They might be playing against like a mentally tougher team.
It's that mental toughness, but sometimes you stay focused because sometimes people get lapse of concentration.
No, they had that. It's just like we saw their game 3, and once Donovan Mitchell got his crew, it don't look. You know what I'm saying? That this is one of the things that people was talking about when it came to Tyrese Halliburton. We're like, okay, we know you can play, we know you're a decent player and all, but you be popping all of that noise when you winning or after you won. But as soon as you start losing or you lose, you have nothing to say. That's the problem.
Your temper.
This is why people kind of somewhat, even though Draymond Green can be an a-hole, people still kind of respect him because he pops noise, win, lose, draw, whatever. He's still talking.
He crazy like that.
If people can just beat you to shut you up, people lose respect for that. You know what I'm saying? You a fair weather shit talker. It's easy, and anybody can talk shit when they're ahead. That's easy. That's easy. And at the end of the day, we know what's up. You got some dogs over there. You got this dude, Nesmith. You got Nebhart. You got Miles Turner. And then let's just keep it real. In this day and age, now, which has always been like this, in my opinion, but that backup point guard be saving your ass. That's what it is. That be the difference between winning championships and not winning championships, is who is backing that point guard up. So when you got that white boy, TJ McConnell, saving your ass every time, you know what I'm saying, when you need a breather, or every second quarter, he can either extend leads or help to come back and all of that other stuff. Like, notice that when Halliburton is not in the game, the team is still efficient. You know what I'm saying? So that backup point guard, the best way I could really explain it is, you remember when the Warriors, because people say, okay, firing Mark Jackson and bringing in Steve Kerr was the difference between the Warriors winning championships. And I was like, nah, it was really when they picked up Sean Livingston and they were able to sub out Steph Curry and bring in this guy that can defend 4 positions but play 3 positions. That's the difference, that backup point guard. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
depth in that in the bench.
It's easy to talk that noise when you got your crew, bro. That's my point. Like, you got your crew. You know what I'm saying? You got your crew.
Hey, some people don't. Yeah. And then you got those who are smart enough to say, like, you know what? I'm just going to let my game do the talking. I don't got to say anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's got a game, and I mean, look, I never said he was. I didn't disagree when they said he was overrated. Tyrese Halliburton, that is. I didn't disagree. But I was like, you're going to have to do something. And he did something. Like, he pretty much won like 3 games on his dolo. You know what I'm saying? He knocked off Milwaukee, and he won those 2 games in Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? On his own. So I wouldn't call him, overrated or anything. It's just they've been talking about this for the last couple of years. He just talks too much. Like, you talk too. You're not that good. Like, you're good, but you're not good enough to be talking shit to motherfuckers that are better than you.
You guys said what they call the fuck up.
Because now
as Bernie Mac would say,
you're not really that good. You just have your crew. And a lot of times these guys that you're talking shit to don't have a crew like you have, because they're on max contracts and they get most of the team's money. That's why. Okay? Like somebody like Giannis, like your dad ain't got no right to be talking shit to Giannis, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, you're talking about 2-time MVP, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. They done won the in-season championship, all of that, and the motherfucker done won a championship. And here you are popping noise about 1 game or 1 series. Like, win a championship before you start talking shit.
Yeah.
No?
Who remembers you talking about when you talk about? I mean, what you talking about, fam? Who remembers the Last Dance where you had like that scene where Jordan's in the locker room cigar in his mouth with a baseball bat, and he's talking about talking trash. And he's saying exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, you can talk that shit when the score is 0-0.
But when you trailing behind, you talking that trash?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nah,
That's something you should be very afraid of.
Halliburton won't do that. He'll put a towel over his damn head and he'll shut the hell up. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. We've seen him come back. He doesn't give up, and he's got pretty decent.
He digs deep,
and he's got a good hustle, and he's got good instinct because he's in the right place at the right time a lot. So I won't like, you got to have good instincts to kind of be in the right place all of the right time like that. So I'm not gonna knock his game. It's just like, bro, you gotta do something, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta do something, because JT know what I'm talking about. Last year he was popping hella shit talking to the Knicks like that, and it's like, bro, we wounded and we still kicking y'all ass, bro. Had OG not pulled that hammy, had we had Mitchell Robinson for the whole damn thing, had we had Julius Randle, had we not been all hurt and fucked up, we probably would have swept y'all. You know? So, but he's still talking all that shit in Madison Square Garden. So it's all good though. You know?
Yeah. Keep on talking, man. Keep on talking.
Nah, I was like, yo, it's just like, before you could talk all that noise, you're gonna have to win something. You know?
Somebody needs to sit him down and say, "What? Shut the fuck up. Your mouth is cash because writing checks your ass can't cash.
No,
sit down.
Shut up. He's doing it. I mean, look, he knocked off Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? He got a zip, but then when you lose the first home game, you pretty much get blown out by another team that ain't never won nothing. Like the Cavaliers, like, yeah, they're the number 1 seed in the East, but they ain't win nothing. Those boys were just ready last night. Like, they looked really good. Donovan Mitchell.
They came to play.
Yeah, they came to play. They came to play.
They came to fight.
There are 3 guys that were hurt the last game, all suited up, all played well. You know, Mobley, Hunter, and Garland. 2 of them are all-stars. That's what I'm saying. I mean, when a team is down 2 all-stars and they're 6-man, like, come on, you should beat them. You should beat them. And you almost didn't. So,
hey,
come on.
A team is more than just a starter. It's just 5 starters. You know, if you look at the depth of that bench as well. Because remember, when you're in playoffs, it's like war, man. It's a game of attrition.
Well, rotations shorten in the playoffs.
Anyway. I said attrition, but yeah, that's fair enough.
So usually a coach is gonna kind of narrow it down to about 7 or 8 men with a playoff rotation, because every game is so crucial. You want your best 5 on the court at all times. So usually coaches aren't going to go more than 7 or 8. You really haven't seen too many championship teams going 8, 9, 10 deep since the Warriors. Like, and this is the 2015 Warriors, not even the other Warriors. Once they picked up Kevin Durant, they were done going 9 and 10 deep. They were done with that shit. They were starting to go 7 and 8. So, you know, the original, you know, the 2015 Warriors, maybe you can go back to the 2010 Dallas Mavericks. They were probably running 10 deep. And the San Antonio Spurs in 14 and 15 were going 8, 9 deep.
Yeah, that rotation. Yeah, but my thing is, like, and you know, but what you're saying is right. Well, you're saying what I wanted to say, but keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, but for the most part, that's why I can't wait until I hope Mace goes live later. You know what I'm saying? And I'll talk to Mace. I know I wanted to fire one up and kind of get that conversation going, but I need to be able to talk my shit. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm setting myself up for failure today. Our boys just got to get one out of this one, JT. We got to get this one today. You know, we'll feel a lot more comfortable up 3-0, but we still ain't because we know this team can come back from even 3-0. So get that
kill shot.
We want them to keep questioning themselves. We don't want them to get their confidence back in our gym, you know, because right now they're extremely arrogant. They're extremely confident in what they can do, and rightfully so. You know, they're the defending champs. They've got like four or five guys that probably should be all-stars. You know, So I'm not like,
you want to break them mentally.
well, I mean, they're already, the easiest way to break somebody mentally is to allow them to break themselves. So right now they kind of like, you don't have to break them, just do what you do, and they're breaking themselves. You know, they're kind of breaking themselves. But the Knicks can't be falling behind 20 points. Like coming back consecutive games down 20 points, can't do that. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you know,
That's a bad habit. You end up like, because sometimes, you're gonna wait, you're gonna burn a lot of energy just trying to catch up. At some point, you're gonna run out of gas to overtake and whatnot.
or
I mean,
they
and
might just,
especially depending on how much time is left in the game.
They might look at the film and say the same shit that I've been saying. Instead of them saying, oh, our offense is failing us, they'll realize, no, your defense is non-existent. That's why this team is coming back on you. It's not just because you're missing shots. It's because after you miss shots, you're not defending well in transition. You guys are not getting back. You guys are not protecting the rim. You're not finding your assignments. You're not switching properly. You're not helping the helper. You're not shuffling them damn feet. You're not doing what you're supposed to do on defense, So I think that the issue isn't them missing them damn threes. The issue is that they're not getting back in transition. So if they can stay arrogant like that, like, well, if we make shots, we'll be all right. Cool. We need them to have a game where they do make shots and they still get their ass beat, because they're not defending. Because I think that's their issue. It's just not coming back on defense. Because Jalen Brunson,
nobody clearing them, and nobody's clearing the boards and getting second chances.
OG are giving them that business, and right now OG is looking like he can get whatever shot he wants whenever he wants it. Karl Anthony Towns, who, I mean, I'm a Knicks fan, but I believe Karl Anthony Towns has some of the worst footwork I've ever seen from a big man in my life. I've never seen a fucking a big man that plays power forward and jump center in the NBA, make an all-star team, and is really that bad with his feet. I've never seen that shit in my life of watching basketball. I would honestly have to say, and I don't think Karl Anthony Towns is a bad player, but I just watching him play, I'm like, bro, you're literally the worst all-star I've ever seen at that damn position. Like when I look at it. And I know people be like, oh, you hating. I'm like, how am I hating? The dudes, I'm a Knicks fan, and the dude's wearing the Knicks jersey. I'm not hating on him. I just watch some of the best to ever do it. You know what I'm saying? I watched Kevin McHale growing up. I've seen Rasheed Wallace. I've seen Karl Malone. I've seen Olajuwon. I've seen Patrick Ewing. I've seen Alonzo. I've seen Shaq. I've seen all of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like we watching
Malmatombo.
I've seen all of these guys play this position. Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Dirk. I've seen them all play this position, and you are worse than all of them. Like way worse.
What is wrong with your feet, man?
Yeah, exactly. Like on the offensive end, I see you have no moves in the post. Like he's like, oh, I'm the best shooting big man. You're not the best shooting big man. That's the only thing you can do. You have no post moves. Your footwork sucks. It's like he's got two left feet. That footwork is everything in that position. Man, where you at, JT? You got to back me up on this because you old school. I ain't gonna tell everybody you old, but you old school, so you understand.
I'm right here. Say it again, bro.
So you understand what I'm talking about when it comes to them big men. Like, remember, before Karl Malone started putting up all of them numbers, remember, Kevin McHale was the best power forward ever, hands down, right? Right? And then Karl Malone came up. Then you saw Tim Duncan. And, of course, we saw, the other big men, Olajuwon, David Robinson. We watched, Patrick. Like, we saw the foot. Karl Anthony Towns does not even rate when it comes to some of the all-star big men that we saw in the 80s and 90s.
He's not even a top 20.
That's what I'm top 20. I wouldn't even try 30 or
top 50.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
That's why I said, I mean, don't get me wrong. He can shoot, and he's extremely talented, but I'm just like, as a big man, it's just like, you're not. You're just I don't know. You're just a good ball player that's kind of big, but it's like you got 2 left feet.
He's flat-footed.
Yeah.
He's flat-footed.
He's got horrible lateral movement, and like I say, he's just like no post moves because he's got no footwork. He's got horrible footwork.
That's true though.
He's lacking.
So now I'm like, when I see him camped out on the 3-point line, I'm like, I know why, because you're ineffective down low. They dump it to you down low. You're gonna have to fight over it. Like you're gonna have to literally bully your way to the basket. You'll never finesse your way to the basket. He'll never finesse the ball in. He's gotta bang somebody down and go over them or whatever, but it's never gonna be like you see Jokic with a little, you know what I'm saying, you working that pivot, you know what I'm saying, working that pivot, those pumps, all of that stuff. You're not gonna see that from him. You know, and if you do, you're likely to see him trip over his own 2 damn feet. That's why I said, and I think I probably said it to you, JT. I thought they traded Randall for him. I thought Minnesota, like I was glad that we didn't have Randall anymore because I didn't think Randall fit in with us. But I thought that Minnesota, it worked out better for Minnesota than it did for us. I thought it was a good trade for both teams, but I thought Randall would just be a better fit because he just fits better with what they're trying to do over there. You know, he don't mind banging, he don't mind getting his hands dirty. Cat, I don't know, he's over there. He's a space cadet, dog. He just wants to sit out in space all damn day.
To me, he just a stretch. I wouldn't say he's a stretch center. I think he's just a stretch power forward.
But okay, like somebody like Porzingis, that's what Porzingis is. But Porzingis still be down there banging.
Still banging, right?
That's what I'm saying. He's still down there banging, and he still got moves under there, and he's more consistent from that arc. So I don't mind the stretch, but you still got to be able to take somebody off the dribble too, if you're gonna stretch it. You know, you got to be able to take somebody off the dribble. You got to be able to whatever happened. What happened to the back to the basket game, man? Like, what the hell happened, man? I'll go a step further. All right, because I played against him in high school. Amari Stoudemire, right? Who didn't play a day of college ball, was probably 10 times better than Karl Anthony Towns, bro. Who won and done at Kentucky. As far as his footwork, his moves, combining it with athleticism. Karl Towns had a better jump shot, no doubt. I'll give him that. But as far as just what you want a big man to be at that level, that's no comparison. Because chances are all of that stuff that Karl Anthony Towns does, you got a guard or a small forward to do it. Like, you don't need to do that shit. That's why Minnesota was like, whatever, he can go. Fuck it. We can go. Yeah. We got guys that can do this shit.
Yeah, I got to get going. I'm going to catch you guys later.
Okay. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Salute.
Yeah, brother Jesse, they in your age group, yeah.
So that's the only question I think today is Karl Anthony Towns going to punish those guys on the block. I don't know how he's just going to magically get footwork, but he really doesn't need it against this Celtics team because they seem to be extremely stubborn. So he should be able to work damn 40-year-old Al Horford. You should be able to work him. Like, the dude's 40.
And you know what, brother Ante? I was thinking about this when I was setting up this live this morning.
Because I get Porzingis giving him like giving him hell, but if all you dealing with is Al Horford, you should be giving him that work.
And I'm saying like this: if the Knicks get the ball first, the first play, you should give it to Cat.
Establish. I agree with that. Established Cat is a threat off rip. And let them know like, we're pounding under there. Yeah, I agree with that. Just Yeah, I would make the Celtics play an old school style of basketball. I would play from the inside out. Make them play like that. Now, granted, they're gonna try to do what they've been doing, which is put you behind to force you to have to play from the perimeter. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have to stay up. But if you can just make them play from the inside out, keep them out of transition, I think we should be good. Just keep them that's because that's how we were able to come back in those games, is keeping them out of transition. If you put the ball in the back, a lot of times that's the best defense, is a good offense. So I can understand where the Celtics are coming from. Like, look, man, if we just make our shots, it's a different story when they're taking the ball out from under the net. And they are somewhat right about that shit. And the same rules apply with us. If we can just keep them taking the ball out of the net, our defense can set, and we seem to communicate pretty well on defense. So I think we should be all right, bro. But just like you said, we got to establish a low post threat. And we only got one, which is Cat. You know, Mitchell Robinson don't have no moves underneath. He's a great rebounder, horrible free throw shooter, but and he's a great shot blocker, but he really doesn't have much else that he can give us. And no, he's a great perimeter defender too. That's why we like Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
But he can't get in foul trouble neither. That's why we need Cat under there banging. If Mitchell Robinson is the only one banging, because look, Coach Tibbs does not play Precious Ochoa. He don't play him. And he's not playing PJ Tucker neither. So what the hell we gonna do? That's it. You got two big men.
I don't understand either. Why you don't play Prince? Why you always got to go 6 or 7 deep in the playoffs?
Bro, I don't blame him. I mean, look, I don't blame him. Look, you gotta have the best guys out there right now. He's been playing.
I understand that, but hear what I'm saying. Use them sparingly to give them some rest, so when they come back, they can finish strong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't want them to get cold right now. You know, I understand what because this is the way they used to coach us in high school. It's like, yo, look, you run these guys so that way everything is instinctual. You know what I'm saying? In these late game situations. So he's got his best 5 out there that he feels the most comfortable with.
Yeah.
You know, with the Nova Core and Mitchell Robinson. You know, and OG. He don't even feel comfortable with Towns. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's an offensive possession, but he does not feel comfortable with Cat on defense. And I don't blame him. Just like your boy was saying, who was just up here, bro. Just no lateral movement, man. Just flat-footed like a motherfucker, man. I'm like, yo, this is, oh my God. Like, this is how you got booted the fuck out of Minnesota. Like, let's just keep it real. You know, let's just keep it real. Minnesota had a chance to win, to be up there because they were at the top of the West for a good portion of the season last year. And they they did knock off the damn defending champs last year with 2 homegrown number 1 draft picks, and they got rid of one of them. So that should tell you a lot. That should tell you a lot. Like, Minnesota they've had you your whole career. They drafted you out of Kentucky, and when they decide that they don't fucking want you no more, you know, that should tell you plenty.
Yeah, you could tell when he finally got traded to the Knicks, you know he was hurt.
No, I don't think he was hurt. I think he was happy. Come on, who the hell is gonna be? Because remember, DiVincenzo was pissed. He was pissed when he got moved.
He was definitely because he
I think Randall felt good. Randall really didn't want to be there. I think I had my brother film it when we were at the game down here for the playoffs. Even during the timeouts, he wouldn't be around the rest of the team. He would pout and bitch and shit like that. Like, he really didn't belong. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fit in with the Knicks. And I get it. It was just like what we're doing. With Julius Randle, I'm like, bro, he's a left-handed player that seems to not know it. But now he's over there, and it's like they actually have him playing like he's a left-handed player, so he looks a lot more effective. I don't know. It's the same shit he was doing when he was in New Orleans. Same thing in New York. It's like, bro, you're not ambidextrous, bro. You're a fucking left-handed player, bro. You work the left hand. Like, there's no reason for you to be forced. Don't let these motherfuckers force you to the right and shit like that, bro. Work that left hand. You know, but he doesn't. And it's like, If I tell you he's left-handed, you wouldn't know it by just when you watch him play. You would just think, oh, he's just a right-handed player that keeps losing the ball. No, it's because he's left fucking handed and he's trying to play like a righty.
Right.
But Minnesota seemed to not be having that shit, bro. They making him work that left side of the block. And rightfully so. He's stronger from there.
Yeah.
Bro.
That is true. Let me say it again. NBA, the Knicks game we start at 3:30. MSG. Like me and T saying, the Knicks come out of business. And T say get 70 points. You know, at the half, I say
which is probably not going to happen. Like
not going to happen. But
if we can hold, basically, if we can hold the Celtics under 100, we are in best position to win that game. We're probably not going to win a 120-point game. They'll probably beat us.
Yeah.
You know,
but it'd be nice though.
Now, if we can keep them under 100, we should be in good shape. Which means we have to keep them under 25 points a quarter. If you can keep them under 25 points a quarter, that means you've kept them out of rhythm. That means you've been working the hell out of the clock. So I think we're in good shape.
Yeah.
You know, we've already proven that we can put up 40 points in a quarter on them. So if you can keep them under 20 points a quarter, 25 points a quarter, under 30 a quarter, and just get you one quarter out of that shit where you drop 40 on them, 35 or 40 on them, then you can win the game. It's just you can't have those damn 16 and 17 point quarters, which that's where Tibbs is going to have a problem that beginning of the second quarter when he is going to make a couple of subs. Can we sustain? Because that's usually how Boston is able to get that run, is that little bit of time where Brunson has to go out, where Brunson and Hart may have to go out, and then you got Pritchard and they'll run Porzingis with the second lineup and shit, and they kind of extend the lead. That's the problem. So we're probably going to need some big minutes from the starters. Big minutes from the starters, and just like I said, it's really going to be about how you handle that second quarter, the second quarter and the third quarter. And then of course how you finish the game. But I'm like this. I don't want another close game with them. I think we need to blow their asses the fuck out. We need to be up by like 10.
You're right. I'm with you. I don't want to see coming back from 20 points down and win. I don't want to see that. I'm tired of see. I mean, it's a win.
I'll watch it if I have to, but let's get a win.
Let's get a win. I mean, like, listen, I'm saying like 3 minutes left in the game. You're up by 25. Let's milk it. Let's get it done.
Yeah. He said, I don't know about being up by 25.
I'm just throwing it out there, Auntie.
I don't know if we have the personnel to get up 25, but we can damn sure put up a 10-point lead with 2 minutes left, and we should be in good shape. But don't hang around this team. What the Knicks need to do, just handle everything between all four lines. I hope that that the Knicks were just schooled. Don't take the phone calls from Fat Joe and Jadakiss and Tracy Morgan and fucking Carmelo Anthony. Fuck those people. Don't talk to them. Y'all handle what y'all got to do between them four lines. Us as fans, we'll handle the rest of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the city will do their job. You know what I'm saying? The city will do their job, but y'all do yours. You know what I'm saying? We'll cheer y'all on, but that's all we can do. We will boo the fuck out of those motherfuckers, bro. Every time Porzingis touches the ball, bro, that is the only guy to force his way out of damn New York. So fuck him too. Okay, fuck him too, bro. He can get an L too.
Yeah.
To be part of this shit we was building. He knew that. You remember we traded his ass for a food stamp card. So because he forced his way out. He did. Yeah. He did. I know he's credit pussy. Every time I see him, man, boo.
Boo. That. Y'all better boo, man. Yeah, like I said, Nick, when Boston come on the court, boo. And any Knicks that you be see sometime in Knicks, y'all, throw them out. Say boo to them too. Boo.
That's what I'm saying. You boo them and you cheer our boy. That's what I'm saying. You saw the same way the city came out for them girls in game 5. Because you remember, wasn't nobody there for the whole damn playoffs and even through that whole final series. But they was like, hey, one game for it? One game for a parade? Everybody showed up.
Yep.
To Barclay. You know what I'm saying? Everybody showed up to Barclay for them damn girls. That's it. But the shit that Melo was saying, bro, I got to show you this shit. I might have to do something later on. But on Carmelo's podcast, he was like, yeah, man, we felt like we were the 96 Yankees in 2013. I was like, bro, that made me sick just hearing
what?
If those boys won something. I was like, if you ever you believe that you are on the same level as Derek
you're not.
And Jorge Posada and damn Andy Pettit and Bernie Williams.
You're not on that level. Oh, crazy.
Like you thought you were on the level of those guys?
Carmelo, we love you, but you're doing too much. You're not on that level, bro. They won 4 straight.
Bro, I'll play you the clip. I'm like, you believe that you are on their level? You didn't even make it to the conference finals.
In the late 90s, even the Knicks made to the finals, as you already know. So you're not even on that level.
That's what I said. Only one of them guys got his jersey retired. And he had to be one of the 50 greatest. Okay?
Yeah, Wise. Some people, they talk crazy. They do. They talk real crazy. I don't even.
That's why I said, I'm like, yo, you don't belong in New York. And that's why they said, I'm going to tell you another podcast I watched yesterday was David Lee that talked, and he made a lot of sense. He was like, look, man, I was the star for the Knicks. And he was like, I'm glad that I was there, but he was like, we really weren't, we weren't that good, so I never felt like he was on a superstar level or anything, right. But it felt good that, the team was behind him. But the way Carmelo talks and J.R. Smith and all of them, like they were superstars in New York. I was like, y'all weren't shit. Like y'all didn't do a damn thing. Nothing.
I'll go one day better. Y'all can't even really compete.
Like
with
Melo didn't do a damn thing.
You can't even compete with the Knicks teams in the 90s.
Melo didn't do shit but fleece us out of $125 million and a bunch of damn and literally like and set us back for 10 years, making us trade all them damn players to get him out of Denver when he would have just came next year for free any damn way.
Right.
And then pretty much forced the damn Knicks to not match Jeremy Lin's contract, which I understand Jeremy Lin really wasn't that good. But, there were a lot of issues with that. There were a lot of issues with that. Like I had some serious issues with Carmelo and his time in New York. There were some serious issues. So I'm like,
yeah, it was.
And I don't even like he had the nerve to talk noise about Denver, like, and now they'll never retire. I think they purposely gave Joker my jersey because he didn't even care what number he had. I'm like, no, they didn't care if anybody had your jersey. That's why they gave it to their 44th pick in the damn draft. They didn't give a damn. They didn't want you no more. These niggas, I don't understand how you expect to get your jersey retired after you force your way out of a place. After you don't win a damn thing and then you force your way out. And that now these guys are realizing this. You chase all this fame, you chase all this money, and when it's all said and done, yeah, you'll get into the Hall of Fame. But let's keep it real. The NBA Hall of Fame don't mean shit. They get that shit to anybody now. They get that shit to everybody now, man.
And then people talking about what you think Robert Horry should be in the Hall of Fame. Why not?
I actually believe so. And I said this because I had an issue. They got pissed at me when I had an issue with Tracy McGrady being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Now, I disagree.
He didn't deserve first ballot.
Down the road, maybe 3, 4, 5. Okay. But not no first ballot.
I didn't think because Dennis Rodman didn't even make it on his first ballot.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, if Dennis Rodman didn't make it on his first ballot, why the hell should Tracy McGrady?
And I don't think Joe Dumars make it on the first ballot, if I'm not mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Chris Webber still isn't in the Hall of Fame. I don't think Chris Webber is even in the Hall of Fame yet.
He's Hall of Fame.
Okay, but he didn't make it on the first ballot.
No, we had to wait a long time.
So what the hell is that? Like, think about that. Like, what the hell is that?
Wait a long time. Ralph Sampson got in the Hall of Fame before Weber.
Yeah. And not only that, I don't even think Bernard King made it on his first ballot.
No, he waited for years.
So that's what. Come on, but Tracy McGrady gets in on the first ballot, dog. Like, come on. And no disrespect to Tracy McGrady, because people always got the same excuse with Tracy is that, well, if it weren't for the injuries, it's like, yeah, but there were injuries. So come on, like I get it. If it was same with Penny Hardaway, Penny Hardaway's not in the Hall of Fame and won't be there. So where's the if it weren't for?
But look what they did with Grant Hill, though.
Well, I think Grant Hill should have been in. I think Grant Hill did make it on the first ballot. I think he did.
I don't think he did.
Well, he got in. He ended up getting in.
But right, what I'm saying, but I mean, like this is what now people gonna say. But there are some players got in. I said, well, if y'all going lower, you might as well put Penny.
That's what I say. I'm
not
like,
first ballot.
I just say, I'm like, look, if you're gonna use the argument, well, if it weren't for the injuries, then shit, Larry Johnson, Penny Hardaway. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a pretty long list of guys. Brandon Roy. Like, there's a bunch of guys that should be in the Hall of Fame if it weren't for injury.
Greg Oden.
Who? Greg Oden? Yeah. But the thing is, Greg Oden didn't do anything in the league. I mean, these guys are actually pretty good.
Oh, you talking about the ones in the league?
Yeah. Then they got injured.
Listen, so we're gonna do that. Open the floodgates and the players we talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if every what if story is gonna get in the Hall of Fame, I can give you a bunch of them. There are a lot of,
But you know what, Auntie, you gave me an idea of my channel, right? Let's talk about which players should have been in the NBA, should have been in the Hall of Fame or not.
I mean, I would rather talk about the 75 greatest list because there are a couple.
We can talk about that, but I'm saying that
guys that got in and shouldn't have.
Because I'm saying like this. What you think about Dwight Howard?
Dwight Howard just got inducted. He just got inducted into the Hall of Fame. He will be going in this year. Yeah. All right, so 75 greatest. I wasn't sure about Dwight Howard, but I would have taken Dwight over Anthony Davis. Yes. Dwight should have had Anthony Davis's spot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Same with, of course, I didn't agree with Damian Lillard at all.
No.
And there were a couple of guys that I felt like should have had his spot, which number one, Kyrie Irving, number two, Manu Ginobili. Like, I'm like, how does he not make it? Like,
that part I don't understand.
He didn't make 75 greatest. And then James Harden, I had a problem with him being on the list. And I don't care how many points I'm like, you've never done anything. And there are so there were three guys I felt like were really left off. and then there was Dwight Howard. So it was really like 4 guys I felt like were left off. But mainly Klay Thompson, Ginobili, and Kyrie. I thought those were the 3 guys that got shafted. And I think they got shafted for Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, and James Harden. I understand why Westbrook got in, because at that point, he had been the only player since Oscar that averaged a triple-double. Right. But now that averaging a triple-double don't hold no more water after Joker just did it. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't hold any water anymore. So, but I felt – and then, even if you want to give a 4th guy, like Carmelo probably shouldn't have been on the list. Carmelo probably shouldn't have been on the list. Or Russell Westbrook. Like, when you really break it down, Russell Westbrook probably should not have been on that list. But those were my 3 guys that I think got shafted, because number one, the 3 guys that I mentioned that got in, I mean, I get at the time, Anthony Davis, I think he had just won the bubble ring. But he didn't win like finals MVP, didn't have any MVPs, none of that. So when you talk about him, you talking about James Harden, who did win an MVP. I get it, but I'm like, okay, so yeah, James won an MVP, but so did Derrick Rose. Like, come on, bro. Like, big deal. Like, what the fuck is the big deal? You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's just when you got guys like James Harden, Damian Lillard over guys like Kyrie Irving, Ginobili, and Klay Thompson that won titles.
And Ginobili won consecutive championships with San Antonio.
Well, no. San Antonio never won consecutive championships. They won 5 of them, and Ginobili got 4 of them.
I'm talking multiple championships.
Yeah. They won multiple. That's what I'm saying. Klay Thompson won multiple titles.
Right.
Multiple titles. Kyrie Irving went to the finals 3 years in a row. He has gotten to the finals 4 times in his career. Come on. So I'm like, these are guys that are shafted for guys that have never even been to the NBA final. Like James Harden went to the finals as a 6th man. He came off the bench with OKC. Like, I don't understand how you're like back when they did the 50 greatest, they never would have fleeced champions. They never would have fleeced champions for just big names. Because remember in 97 when they did the 50 greatest, they tried to give the league some issues about Shaq being on the list.
And also Scottie Pippen too.
Well, I thought
Dominique should have been in top 50 instead of
yeah, but they ended up putting him on top 75. So they put Dominique and they put Rodman on top 75. They said, and that's what I'm saying. Like Dominique got fleeced for the top 50. Like they wasn't playing that. And remember what they said? They was like, well, Dominique never made it to the finals. Dominique never won a championship. That's what they said. So you kind of had to at least be champions. And then when even with Dominique, it's like, okay, and you weren't no dream teamer. You weren't a dream teamer. You weren't
I know he made the second one. Did he make the second dream team?
Yeah, he made Dream Team 2.
Well, y'all know somebody.
I think he made Dream Team 2, or it was like right. I think Dream Team 2 was right around the time when he took that Achilles tear. But the thing is, you got to keep in mind a lot of guys that at the time didn't have championships still got put on the 50 greatest, which is guys like David Robinson, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone, John Stockton. They didn't have titles and they still got put on the 50 greatest.
Yeah.
So I can understand what Dominique's gripe was. It's like, bro, come on, bro. I'm just as good as these other guys that didn't win shit either. Come on. But now I'm like, y'all fleeced champions. So, guys like Kawhi and Giannis, I didn't have a problem with them getting on, just being finals MVPs, multiple time champions and stuff like that. But when I saw guys like Klay Thompson get fleeced, I'm like, get the fuck out of here, bro. And Kyrie Irving, like, come on, dude. Like everybody will tell you that Kyrie Irving is like the scariest matchup. You don't want to have to deal with him on any given fucking night. Like he is probably one of the most feared guys in the fucking NBA because nobody really knows how good he is. Like he's always capable of being better than you've ever seen him play. Like he's just capable of showing you some new shit every fucking night and going
right
60 or 70 some next weight. So I'm like guys like that. I'm like, come on, man. You know, but shout out to Klay Thompson because, you know, Klay Thompson is kind of like in that Scottie Pippen role. But remember, Pippen never got fleeced. Pippen got, with the exception of the MVPs, Pippen got every damn award Jordan got, except for the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year. But everything else, you know, he was right there alongside Jordan for everything in the 90s. You know, the All-Star appearances, the Olympic gold medals. Pippen actually got like 2 of them. You know, he was right there for everything. You know, 50 greatest, like, you know. I mean, when you look back on it, we didn't have a problem then because Pippen was on top. Like he was
on top, right.
At the time, you know, they had, I think when they did the 50 greatest, you know, the Bulls had like 4 titles in 6 years and they were on their way to winning some more. So I didn't have a problem, you know, with Scottie Pippen then. You know, I always thought that, you know, Scottie Pippen was a good, like he even being Jordan's sidekick, he was still probably one of the best 5 players in the league. Definitely one of the top 10 players in the league, being able to play next to Jordan. So I didn't have a problem with that. And, you know, we even knew that back in the 90s. Like we knew that this is an era of basketball where you'll never see this many like superstars in the league at one time. You'd probably like, this is probably like the best time that you're going to see. We knew, everybody knew that shit.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with it.
But those are the days, though. Those are the days, you know. That people those days.
Like I say, I don't have a problem with I got a problem when they give shit to guys like Damian Lillard. They ain't never won shit. They ain't never won shit. Nothing. You know, not even an MVP.
No.
You know, Damian Lillard has never won shit. I think he's won like a Rookie of the Year or some shit one time. Or an All-Star Game MVP, which is nothing these days. Doesn't mean shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean shit. So I'm like, but Damian Lillard, and I don't knock his game. It's just like you're not one of the top set. And even Damian Lillard said that. He's like, the fuck? Like, seriously, over Klay Thompson, over Kyrie? Like, even Damian Lillard knows he's not as good as Kyrie Irving. Like, he knows that. You know? So, I mean, and I like Dame, but come on, you're not as good as Kyrie Irving. And I'm going to be real, like all 3 of them guys that I mentioned, Dame Lillard, James Harden, and Anthony Davis, none of y'all are as good as Manu Ginobili. And I don't give a damn what anybody says, bro. Because I get it, you know what I'm saying? If you want to look at the stat sheet, which don't mean nothing when you play for the Spurs, the stats mean very little.
Nothing. Right. All the players as a team.
Nobody stuffs the stats on that team. You know what I'm saying? But in the game, you know what the hell you're dealing with. Like you like we got the eye test. We know what's up, dog. This guy is a problem. This guy is a problem. You know? Yeah.
But yeah,
one of the few times where the U.S. had NBA players and the first time the U.S. had NBA players and didn't win gold, blame Ginobili for that. You know, that was Manu Ginobili in Argentina winning a damn gold medal. Okay, when the United States had Tim Duncan and Allen Iverson and Carmelo and LeBron and D Wade, all on the
2004?
Yeah, 2004.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when the U.S. got the bronze.
Yeah. Which was a failure. That's what I'm saying. Failure. So I'm like, this dude done won Olympic gold medals. This dude done won 4 titles. 4 titles right there, which I don't think the Spurs win probably, but maybe one of them titles without him. A lot of people say he should have been the finals MVP in 2005. So, Like Ginobili, just just extremely underrated, and this is just me. I be having to go through the nostalgia with my son because he only knows what he sees playing 2K and talking to his boys, and I be having to tell him about how good some of these guys are.
Yeah.
Like when we were talking about Sabonis the other day, and he was like, "Oh, the guy from Sacramento." I'm like, "No, his daddy, who was way better, way better."
Then when he came, right, and then when he came to the NBA, he was old.
I was about to say, I was like, in the NBA, I was like, he wasn't even as good as he was in the NBA, and he was still really good.
And he still was doing his thing.
Like his kid ain't got nothing on him, And his kid's a good player, but you can tell his kid's Americanized. You can tell that he don't have it like his daddy had it, his daddy can do it all, and we were watching clips, and he's like, "Damn." He was like, his daddy out there looking like Jokic. I'm like, yeah, he was playing like that in the damn 90s in the NBA. And that's only because, just like you said, he was old and he wasn't capable of doing all of the crap he was doing in Europe anymore.
He was still doing his thing.
But he was still doing his thing,
Still doing his thing. What? Because I was talking to my godson about it like a few years ago. He said, "Yeah, I watched Sabonis." I said, "No, you watched the old Sabonis play Portland. You ain't really watched Sabonis like years before that. You watch him, you be like, God damn." But I said, "But why he?" I said, "Because he know the fundamentals."
Yeah,
that's the thing. He was operating the fundamental skill.
And he was having fun with them boys too, man. Like you saw the court, like Jokic see the court. It's just big men didn't handle the ball like they do now. They didn't do that, so he wasn't really allowed to handle the ball like that. But he was still playing on the perimeter, which most big men weren't doing. He could still play on the perimeter too, and he could play down low. So when you look at, like, let's say the passing ability of like a Vlade Divac or Chris Webber, Sabonis had it like that. And probably a little bit better. And then he still had a consistent jump shot. He just wasn't a very good defender, of course, at that point in his career. He damn sure wasn't a good defender, but he was still a big body and he could score too. He was very crafty around the rim and had a really, really, really good jump shot too, which most big men didn't have back then. And damn sure coaches didn't give him the green light to shoot it, but he had the green light to pretty much do whatever the fuck he wanted. And rightfully so. So Sabonis was a hell of a player, man.
Well, and I'm saying, I would always think about Sacramento with Webber and Vida if they would have had Sabonis playing in the middle.
Well, they had Divac.
Right.
I mean, I personally think that might have been the problem. They had having two similar players in the middle. You know what I'm saying? In Divac and Webber, and of course, just the guys just looked to pass too much. It wasn't enough scoring. Webber could score. I think they needed a dog, at center, which they did. They did have some dogs coming off the bench. They had like Corliss Williamson and who else? And they had Scott Pollard or whatever at one point. That Sacramento team. It's pretty damn good,
Yeah.
But they were missing some things. You got to keep in mind, bro. When you're dealing with Kobe and Shaq's Lakers, you're probably gonna be missing some things, bro. So that was a tough time to win the West. That's why you really only heard during that time it was really just the Spurs and the Lakers coming out the West. That's it. You either had the Twin Towers, and with Tim Duncan. Or you had Shaq and Kobe. Other than that, you wasn't getting out the damn West.
No.
That's it. You either got Shaq and Kobe or you got somebody that can go against Shaq and Kobe.
Wild Sports said, glad you said Iverson. I have been trying to remember him 20 minutes. But I'm getting old. I can see his face throughout. Ha ha ha. And Jesse Pratt said, my mom was a Spurs fan during that time. And he said, you know your basketball.
Nah, no doubt. I've been watching basketball heavy since like '88. You know, '88. Ever since the Lakers went back to back, and the Pistons started winning championships, because that was the storyline. That's why I don't even like hearing it when they say, "Oh, Jordan never got the scrutiny that LeBron got." I was like, nigga, it was worse. It was worse. Because people forget Jordan got his scrutiny before he started winning championships.
Yeah.
And it was way worse than LeBron gets now. Because he was called everything from a ball hog, you know, to a ball hog. He was called selfish, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. You know, it was,
yeah. I mean, first
they said that he can't win. His style of play can't win championships.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's it.
I hate when people talk to me. I say, y'all gotta understand. On almost 9 years, he won his first championship, y'all.
People it's easy. People forget about that because once he won, he didn't stop winning.
He didn't stop winning, right?
He didn't stop winning, so everybody thinks it was all just peachy and the media just loved him. No, they were fucking him up. You know what I'm saying? They were fucking the sponsors loved him because he was a moneymaker, but the media was all over him. Yeah. They were all over him because it would always end in disappointment. Like he always did what he was supposed to do, just like LeBron. You always stuff the stats, you always get your numbers, but hey, you end up losing. At the end, you end up losing to a better team. So one guy can't beat a team. That was the thing. So are you going to start passing the ball? Are you going to start looking to your teammates? Are you going to allow the coach to implement a system? You know, if they do get you help, are you going to defer to the help you get? Are you is it even worth it for the Bulls to bring you in a star to help you? Like all of them questions were asked before Jordan started winning championships. And then he shut everybody up because they did all them things and he won. That's what happened. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Jordan got scrutiny too, but the best answer for scrutiny is to win. Yeah. If you win, all that crap will go away. You have to win. When you finish in every season with a loss, that's it. And trust me, it would have been even worse had Jordan won and then lost. It would have been even worse. Like LeBron be winning and then losing and then winning and losing and then losing and losing and losing. Then he win and lose. Nah, bro, it would have been worse. Once Jordan proved he could win, there wasn't like, damn that. You can't fall off. You know, you can't fall off. And that's what I mean. Like LeBron, this is where you fucked up. Like you proved to us that you can win. And I really don't hold the LeBron stuff against him anymore. Like I don't even like the way that sector is still going. The LeBron James sucks sector, because that's a big sports sector over in the sports section. I know why sports know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That people have built 250,000, 500,000 sub channels just shitting on LeBron James. They have, you know. I personally don't like it anymore because he's 40. Like, come on, bro. Like, I can only go off on the dude, but so much. He's 40. Like, what do you expect? You know, I get it. Maybe 6-7 years ago. Yeah, bro. When he first came to LA, you know, when he was in Cleveland, you know, of course, his first stint in Cleveland, you get on him like Skip Bayless. But notice, even Skip Bayless don't go off on him no more because he's 40. What do you expect from the guy?
I don't like him, but I said my little piece and that's it.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, at 40, as far as on the basketball court, I can't go. He's 40. Like, he's not supposed to be doing nothing now. You know? But as far as that GOAT talk, it's like, bro, come on, bro. You proved you can win, and then you be losing. And then you make excuses. Come on, bro. There's no excuse to if you got a team that's good enough to get to the finals, and you got a good enough team to win. That's what Kobe was even telling them. Like, God rest his soul. Don't hand us that whole, oh, well, they got KD now. Nah, bro, figure it out. Yeah, they got KD now. Now, what are you gonna do about it? You're the champs. You're the best. You're talking about you're the GOAT. What are you going to do about it? Oh, well, it's impossible. You're supposed to do the impossible. You're the GOAT. You're supposed to show us what's possible. You're not supposed to tell us what's impossible. You're supposed to show us that the impossible is possible when the ball's in your hands. That's what the storyline's supposed to be. Or else we going to go off on you, bro. Like that's it. We got to scrutinize you, bro, because you ain't him. You good, but you ain't him.
No, you ain't Jordan.
Yeah. You're not Magic. I've been saying that. I'm like, bro, you're not Magic. You're not Kareem. Like, damn, whoever says he's number 2, like, to hell with you. I'm giving you the finger. For real. You're not Magic. You're not Kareem. I'm not even putting you up there with Bill Russell because wasn't no free agency then. We ain't going to talk about that. You know, players were still getting sold. So that and there wasn't no ABA merger yet. So I don't even think. I mean, Bill Russell does have all them championships, but let's just keep it real. It's not the same. You know, not the same. The league wasn't as big. I think there were only like 14 teams in the league or something.
That's all it was.
It was only like 14 teams, and there was no merger. You know, there was no merger, no 3-point line. You know, I mean, it's no free agency. Like, it was a lot of things not there, you know? So a team could be on top like the Celtics and just keep winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning forever, you know, until they started changing some things about the league. So I understand that, you know, just like the Yankees. That's how the Yankees got 27 world titles, or at least 20 of them, you know? No free agency, and they was able to throw that damn money around. They was able to buy, you know? So I was like, I understand how it works. You know, I understand how it works.
Yeah, it just for me, it's like, you know, that I know they talking about, and I say, yeah, I get it. I said my little thing here and there, but Will Chamberlain, yeah, that was one of always my favorites. You know, I mean, like, people could talk. There are some people, Sister Wise was talking about Shaq is better than Will.
I wouldn't say that.
A lot of people say that.
Shaq, the reason why Shaq get the scrutiny is because he was capable of being better than all of them, and everybody knows he underachieved. You know, and even Shaq had to admit that. Like, that's why he never really got embraced by Kareem and Bill Walton and those guys. And the only person he took offense to was Bill Walton, because he was like, yo, Bill Walton really ain't that good. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you really bust it down, like, you had a couple good seasons, but you really wasn't that great, you know, compared to the rest of these guys. These guys had like super good long careers, and they were always that guy. But now Shaq had some serious potential. He just never achieved it, and he's still really good. He was still really good.
I even say this though. I made a difference like this. Even if he, you know, if he reached potential, I still say he ain't better than late great Will Chamberlain.
Well, I mean, bro, if he would have reached his potential, Shaq would have actually, in the modern day, would have averaged 50 a game. I agree. I would say that he would have averaged 40 plus a game. If Shaq would have stayed in shape, worked on his post moves and all of that other stuff, Shaq was already out of shape and the most dominant player you've ever seen play.
He just wasn't dedicated. He wasn't.
That's all I'm saying. Like, you've never seen, and he was still averaging 30, and with a team with Kobe Bryant on it, you know, he was still clearly the better player on a team that had Kobe Bryant on it. You know, like, and it wasn't even close. You know, MVP, Finals MVP 3 times, all of that stuff, and Kobe Bryant was on the same damn team. So, you know what I'm saying? So Shaq was like really good. He just like Shaq could have won 10 rings. You know? Same way I said LeBron James. LeBron James, I'm like, there's no excuse. Even Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant had the chance to get more rings than Jordan. Remember, Jordan went to the finals 6 times, never lost. So he got 6 championships. Kobe Bryant went to the finals 7 times. All right. He lost twice. That's why he only got 5. You know, same with Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan went to the finals 6 times.
6 times, he won 5.
Won 5. That's what I'm saying.
5.
You get a loss. That's where it is. You know what I'm saying? So LeBron James went to the finals 10 times, lost 6.
Yeah.
Yo, the Warriors went to the finals 6 times. Steph went to the finals 6 times, lost twice. You know, that's the difference.
Yeah.
You know, and then don't get me wrong, people are like, oh, well, if you get more than that, there's still going to be another issue. I was like, yeah, it's going to be another issue. The 3-peats, that means something. He got 2 of them. That's why this is something that's going to be tough. That's never been done in the free agency era, really in any sport since them damn Houston Comets. In any professional sport.
And Michael Jordan retired for almost 2 years and still came back and did his second 3-peat.
Like the 3-peats are tough.
Right.
Only one other team has actually 3-peated, and that was Shaq and Kobe's Lakers. And well, say whatever you want. There were teams that had the chance to do it, but they couldn't. You know, the Warriors had a chance. Kevin Durant popped that Achilles. The Warriors actually had a chance before that. Remember, they went to the finals like 5 straight times, but they lost 2 of them, and they lost 2 in the middle when they blew the 73-9 season. They would have been coming back for a 3-peat. You know, they didn't make that. Same with Kobe's Lakers, Powell and Kobe's Lakers. You know, Kobe and Powell's Lakers. Remember, they lost in 08, and then they won in 29 and 2010. You know, LeBron's Miami, you know, the Heatles in Miami, they went to the finals 4 times, lost the first time, lost the 4th time. Like, you could have 4-peated. Like that, LeBron knew what he was doing, trying to reverse engineer that GOAT shit. The goal was to reverse engineer that shit in Miami, and it didn't work because they lost the first time, and then they lost it and still had a chance to 3-peat and fucked it up. You know, so when Jordan actually had 2 successful 3-peats, Jordan had 2 successful 3-peats.
And also, too, the very first 3-peat happened over 60 years ago was the Minneapolis Lakers back in the mid-50s. That was the first 3-peat.
Yeah, but that don't count. There's no free agency. GRINDA, there's no free agency. That don't count. You don't have to worry about paying these guys. You own them.
I understand that, but but they still won 3 straight times. So that gotta count for something.
Like I said, if that's the case, I can count the Celtics winning 11 of them in 13 years. I'm pretty sure it's a couple 3-peats in there somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a couple 3-peats, probably 3 of them in there.
Okay, so let's count it then.
I mean, come on.
When I'm saying we cannot pick and choose, there's no 3 because there's no free agency and stuff like that. But I'm saying so
you got the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? You got Jeter's Yankees, Jeter and Pettit's Yankees, right? You got them. I mean, if you want to talk about sports, but I'm just saying I don't even think it's fair to even count it in baseball when there's no cap, and you can just buy everybody.
Stand that. But if we talk about championships, right? Like I said, let's take out.
I'm just saying, even though the NBA has a soft cap. Like, okay, so the NBA has a soft cap. It's not hard like the NFL where you just can't go over it, and it's not unlimited like Major League Baseball where you just spend as much as you want. You just sign somebody for 10 years, $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just do that. It's a soft cap, meaning if you go over it, you got to pay into the luxury tax. So, hey, you can go over it, but you better win. You better be selling out in June. You know what I'm saying? Or else you're losing money.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like get back to the Celtics. They won 11 straight, okay? And we gonna say they 3-peat futures, 3-peat. Yeah, we can say that. Yeah, let's say all of that though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just talking about championship, and I'm gonna stick to it. The Minneapolis Lakers in the mid '50s, they was the first three-peat. With that's what I'm saying. You say without the eighth free agency, right? But that but they was the first NBA three-peat.
NBA teams were run like, but NBA teams were run like corporations then. Like sports teams were run by corporations. There's no free agency, so you own a guy. You own a guy, and the same rules apply for the coach. Like okay, Red Auerbach can win all those titles because the Celtics own him. Like, that's it. Like, nobody else, you can't just offer him more money or something like that and he just leave. Like, he's under contract for life. Same with, like, remember, didn't Magic get that deal? Magic had like a 25-year deal or something with the Lakers. It was something stupid like that, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It was a long term.
It was stupid. It was like 20, 25 years, $1 million a year, some dumb shit like that. You know? Like you could literally just buy guys. You know, like Nike bought LeBron.
Oh, yeah, Julius Erving. Yeah. Julius Erving, yes. Julius Erving don't get the credit deserved either. Be one, you know, but
well, no, and you know what? I saw a video about that, and it's the truth. A lot of those ABA guys don't get the credit that they deserve. Right?
They don't.
A lot of them don't, and that's because their stats couldn't roll over. You know, a lot of their stats couldn't roll over, so a lot of them don't get those all-time. They don't get put on those all-time lists with the guys that played their whole careers in the NBA. That's just kind of what it is. There are a lot of guys. If you were to combine ABA and like pre-merger, post-merger stats and put the ABA guys in there too, your hierarchy would change, because a lot of people say Dr. J isn't even a top 10 player, which is crazy. If you were to combine his ABA stats and put him against anybody in the NBA, he's like top 5.
Yeah.
Like top 5. You can't even deny it. And I'm talking about championships.
It is. It do something. Why sports?
Yeah, I'm talking about you can count the titles and all.
Right. Because you got Julius Erving, he won like maybe 3 in the ABA. MVP was like 3 times.
All and mad points too.
And a lot of points, rebounds,
a lot of points too.
Yeah.
A lot of points, rebounds, assists, like it's all there. It's all there.
It's all right.
On top of that, to be honest, if you were, I'll go a step further. You got guys that would rival Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, and possibly even Steph Curry or Steve Kerr for percentage and made 3-point baskets. Maybe not Steph, but you got guys that would rival those top 3-point shooters if you counted ABA's 3-point numbers. Because remember, that's where the line came from. So even when they put it in the NBA, a lot of coaches still weren't implementing it into their game plan. You know, they weren't. It was a novelty. It was a gimmick. That's why I be saying somebody had tried to have that argument with me talking about, oh, well, Steph Curry played in the 80s. He would average 40. I'm like, the hell out of here. He wouldn't even start. He wouldn't even start in the 80s. No disrespect to Steph, but coaches didn't play like that then.
No. So the game was totally different back then.
Like that. Like, for real. You know what I'm saying? How you going to average 35 and you're getting 6 shots a game? How the hell? They play from the inside out.
Yeah.
Unless you're Isaiah Thomas, they're not playing. Like, and you still ain't got the green. Isaiah didn't have no green light like that, and I don't give a damn how he could shoot. You know, you have to work. You have to work those big men, man. So they didn't play like that back then. You know.
Yeah, the game is totally different right now than before.
You would have had to really show the coach some new shit back then.
But see, them coaches back then, when they coached both ends of the floor, and some of them was players, and that's the great appreciation. They know the percentage, they know each role of each position and stuff. But like you said before, I echo what you were saying. It was an outside in.
Yeah,
that's how it was.
It was from the inside out. You know what I'm saying?
Inside out.
You got to shoot when the big man kicked it to you. because you were wide open after defense collapsed. Now we play from the outside in. All of the trickery and crazy shit comes outside the perimeter, and then guys may cut. So I understand it's just a different game. So I'm like, no disrespect to Steph, but you can't get 35 points if you're only getting 6 to 8 shots a game. Like they're not going to work you into the offense like that. That's just the way it works. How do I know this? Because Bird could shoot the damn lights out, but it wasn't what they did back then.
Yeah, the Boston, they with the ball went into Paris or Mikhail, and then whenever they double, they.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And Bird was running crazy around them damn screens back then, and he was 6'7", 6'7", with the damn release over his head and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some people think he was
with a high release over his head. You can't beat him, dog. Straight Indiana cornbread fed white cornfield raised white boy. You know what I'm saying? Don't miss, like for real. Plywood and handmade rim outside. You know them cornfield white boys, dirt square. You know what I'm saying? Dirt square. You know what I'm saying? For real. Small ass rim. Hey, small rim, probably about an inch smaller than a regular damn rim. You know what I'm saying? Put a milk backboard and another board on a slant underneath it on the ground to keep the ball rolling back to you. Them boys don't miss for a month. For real. Straight cornfield raised white boys, man, from Indiana. That's Indiana basketball right there. You know what I'm saying? For real. So respect to them. But they make it, and not only that, you had some other dudes too. Remember the dude, remember Petrovic?
Yeah, Petrovic, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
This dude used to give Michael Jordan that work.
Did he? Yeah.
So they make it seem like Euros just got to the league giving people that work. Petrovic was giving them that work in the 90s, man. Giving whoever that work.
Yeah.
God rest his soul. I think he died in like a car crash or something.
Motorcycle accident.
It was something like that, man. It was bad.
It was sad because he was on
another hell of a player, man.
Yeah, he was on his way.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it was a matter of time before the European game came up. And then I will give the guy that deserves a lot of the props for the European game being respected in the league, and that's Dirk. Dirk was the first European guy that I saw just come into the league and just beat everybody up. Just give everybody the business every night. Rookie year. Just Euro just coming in the league, just going off, bro. Just going off.
Yeah.
So I'm like I say, I have no problem with it. I know, like I watch Gil's Arena and stuff, and then Gil be like, "Oh man, you got to get rid of the Euros. They're the problem." I'm like, "Nah, y'all are the problem because those boys know how to play basketball and you don't." That's the problem. Notice those Euros were not able to come into the NBA and start giving everybody that work until y'all started coming out of high school and one and doneing. That if y'all notice, that's when Euros started coming in the league, beating the hell out of everybody.
Because a lot of them not want to stay 4 year in college.
When guys started coming out of high school, when coming out of high school became the norm, and guys one and doneing became the norm. And why not? Why not come to the league and play against a bunch of babies? Because that's what it is. Because you got to keep in mind, yeah, these guys are European, but they don't have the rules over there like we have over here, where you can't play pro ball until you're 19. You can play pro ball at 13 over there. What they say, Vlade was playing since he was like 12 or something.
Yeah, because they fundamentally sound, and it's like for over here, it's like
Luka's been playing since he was like 13, 14.
13, yeah.
You know?
It was all year round.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Sabonis, like these guys had already come, like, even though they came in the league as pros, and these boys came in the league as high school kids. Like high school kids, you've never been coached. You've been able to just do what you wanted all the time. Never been coached. You didn't learn nothing. These guys are already professionals. That's what's gonna happen. So of course, when you got a bunch of dream teamers, guys that were damn coached by damn Dean Smith, you know, Dean Smith, John Wooden, you got Chuck Daly, like you got guys that were coached by some real dudes, man. Like in college. And even in the pros, Kevin Lockery and shit.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You know, like these are tough coaches, like Larry Brown, you know,
Yep.
had been all over and coached some of all of these dudes. Hubie Brown.
Right, yeah. Bob Nelson.
Tough, hard-nosed fucking coaches, man. You know? And I'm talking at the college level, dude. You know, at the college level, man. Serious systems. And you know, they make it seem like they had to soften the game up for the Euros. No, they softened the game up so y'all motherfuckers could keep up with the Euros. Just being real. Because these guys can't play basketball. I'm sorry. Great athletes, you know, potential and ceiling through the roof, but they're just horrible basketball players.
And you notice that, like I said, the college, you know, basketball took a big hit because now they don't even want to come and just play not even 3 years no more.
Well, look at LeBron James, man. As great as he is of a player, I think we can all agree that, yo, you ain't never been coached. Like, you blaming your teammates, bro. Blame your coaching.
Right.
Like, remember, Rick Barry got a lot of flack about that. He blamed the coaches and the staff for putting LeBron in those positions. He said that back in 2007 when they got swept by the Spurs. And it's like, dude, I know it's supposed to be a strong feat just getting here, but you underachieving, man. Like, you got this guy out here, and it's clear as day, he doesn't know basic plays or how to work them. Man, you didn't hear Rick Barry on another damn cast after he said that. They blackballed him because he didn't scrutinize this kid. He didn't scrutinize their king, you know? And that now you see what's up. Remember, they fired Paul Silas in Cleveland. That was supposed to be LeBron's first coach. They fired him. Now, why'd they fire him? Because LeBron James had to start. Paul Silas was starting LeBron James at point guard. That's why. And the Cavaliers didn't like that because they couldn't sell the matchup between LeBron and Carmelo, LeBron and Kobe, LeBron and Vince Carter. You know, LeBron and all these other great, you know, 2 guards and 3 guards. So they start him at small forward, but let him play point guard. Nah, Paul Silas knew what was up. This guy needs to be coached. He's a point guard. I don't give a damn how big he is. He's a point guard. That's what he is. If you'd have played by that formula, Magic Johnson would have been playing James Worthy's position. No, you don't do that. This guy is a point guard. That's what he does. You know, had they suited LeBron up at point guard his whole career, LeBron James would have 8 titles right now. Just my take on it. Right about now, maybe about 2 years ago, that's when you switch his ass to fucking small forward. Notice that's how the Miami Heat were so damn dominant with him. and he knew it. And he tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired for giving him a system that won him MVPs and games and championships. He didn't like it. Come on.
He has been
Well, JT, also understand this. This is another reason why he'll never be Jordan. Because Jordan, when he was presented with that challenge, like that's it. You're not scoring 40 a night anymore. You know, you can score 30, 28, 30, but the ball's gonna move. We're running the triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jordan did it.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't just say, oh, well, this is what I do. Whatever. If this is what I got to do to win, this is what we're going to do.
Right.
But if y'all need me, y'all know what I'll do. I'll score 40 or 50. You know? And that's what it was. And then 6 titles later, brilliant.
Right.
You know? See, LeBron James, and that's another reason why LeBron James was winning in Cleveland. You know, he took that same system to Cleveland from Miami, literally tried to get the same personnel and everything. You know, oh, instead of Wade, I'll take Kyrie. Instead of Bosh, I'll take Love. Cool. And we'll fill in the pieces. You know, so at times we'll run the LeBron James system, but at other times, I'll play off the ball and let somebody I trust handle it. You know? Spoelstra wasn't having that shit, man. That whole you control everything and that's it. Everybody else just run to the 3-point line. Bullshit, bro. You know? Bullshit. Nah, because they know what's up. This is why James Harden can't do shit. Because that's the system they run over there. Doesn't work. Not when you get, it'll win you some regular season games. Probably even win you MVPs. But come playoffs, when you're playing against the best defensive teams, like once you get to the second round in the conference finals, you're going to be playing against good defensive teams. And they're going to take some shit away from you. You need a system that works. That no matter what they take away, there'll always be something available if you want to win championships. So that's why I say, even if you pay attention to LeBron James' career, he's just not that guy. No disrespect to him, but he's never been that guy that gets on the court and moves everybody to their rightful positions. You know what I'm saying? And you can have guys like that at every position. Like, you know, for the Lakers, it was Magic Johnson at one point. You know, you could put him on the court with any other 4 guys, and everybody ends up in their rightful position. You know what I'm saying? You can same with Kareem. You know, you actually had 2 guys like that. It helps. You know, when you have Larry Bird, you know, and then Dennis Johnson. But Larry Bird, he's a guy that'll just move everybody to their rightful position because he can fill in whatever blanks are missing. You know, Jordan too. You know, he's capable of playing all 3, both of those wings plus point guard. He can do it all ball handling abilities. And if need be, you might even be able to get him to guard 3 positions and help out on the 4th. Like, he can do all that stuff. But it also helps to have a Scottie Pippen there. He's another Swiss Army knife type dude that can that just moves guys to their rightful positions. You know? So I respect that. Now with LeBron James' career, just notice he wasn't that guy in Cleveland originally. That's why he couldn't win championships originally. And then he went to Miami, and I don't know. I think somebody lied to him or something and didn't maybe told him it was him. Like, nah, that's actually Dwayne Wade. That's that guy that moves everybody to their rightful positions. You know, he's that guy. You know, because he's capable of picking up everybody's slack.
My thing is this is brother. We were like I did the past It's just for me, like when they talk about not understand. So like I said, I've never prepared for this game. I really didn't. When they talk about he's the king of what? Then they start comparing the other one. I'm like, come on, stop playing. But if you think about it, great players always have a strong, disciplined coach, and they end up flourishing. LeBron never wanted that, and that's why. And that's why, for me, his game suffers.
But I'm like, but at the same time, it's kind of like Shaq. Like, bro, you underachieve and you still get like 4 rings out of your career. Not bad, bro. Not bad. Pretty solid career. You finish as all-time scorer. Like he's gonna have by the end of LeBron James' career, he's gonna have Wilt Chamberlain type numbers where he's gonna be like up top in like damn near every category: assists, rebounds, points, of course, and playoff numbers. Like he's gonna be just like when they show all them playoff numbers and everything, and like Jordan and Wilt are up there for everything. LeBron's gonna be up there too. You know what I'm saying? Like right there with them. Which that's a pretty cool legacy. Like 20 years from now, they'll have your picture in black and white. And shit, 30 years from now, they'll have it in black and white. LeBron James. That's pretty cool. So I'm like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Like that's what you do. Wilt don't have to be ashamed. And that Wilt got 2 titles, 1 or 2 titles in his career. Then he was still a pretty good player. Rick Carlisle, hands down. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Like, not even close.
Rick Carlisle?
Yeah, Rick Carlisle.
What about?
Then somebody asked me a question from your chat saying who's better, Carlisle or Mike D'Antoni as a head coach. That's not even close.
Oh.
You can give Rick Carlisle damn near anybody, and his team is going to be competitive.
Yeah, Rick. He one of the few folks who could coach both sides of the ball.
Rick Carlisle, I watched them because I got to see 2 games in the finals. As I watched game 1, game 2 in the finals in 2011, right, in Miami. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I know I seen this shit somewhere. And then I'm looking at the way they're running action to get Dirk an open mid-range shot like every play. And then I go back and check out some film. And this is the same shit that KC Jones used to run with the Celtics for Larry Bird. Same exact shit. So Rick Carlisle, hands down. Now, granted, Rick Carlisle was also on that team. So it's amazing. That's why it's not even a secret to what the Warriors are doing. When I see them running the triangle and shit, and like it's like a reverse triangle and shit. They run that shit reverse where they don't play it from the inside, they play it from the outside. They run triangle on the perimeter. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But who better to coach that than somebody like Steve Kerr? That play it. You know what I'm saying? They had to play in it. Won 3 titles with the Bulls in the triangle, and then went to San Antonio where they were playing a version of it and pretty much saw the way they were running it with the Twin Towers, with David Robinson and Tim Duncan, and then watched how it evolved where they were running it in the 2010 same system, but they just reversed it so they were playing it on the perimeter. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I say, the rules changed, but it's still the same game. So it's like the way they're moving the ball and kind of dumping it inside. Now it's kind of moving around the perimeter instead. It's crazy. And when the Warriors do it, it just looks like it's on steroids because they shoot the ball. They shoot the ball. Like with Steph and Clay, it just looked crazy because they just the triangle's always going to get you an open shot. And when you got these dudes, it's just pretty disgusting. But you actually saw the best version of it when in 2014 when the when the Spurs just blew the Miami Heat just blew the brakes off of them. Because that's what they was running, and it was just
Yeah, what's going on?
that was the end of ISO ball. That was like the end of ISO ball in the NBA. That was the end of that year right there. It was no more your turn, my turn. We're just gonna isolate. That was it. Basically the Kobe Bryant era was over.
Yeah, practically was over.
Yeah.
It was practically over and stuff like that. Yeah, Carlisle, that ain't no brainer. That's no brainer right there. I understand you asking, but that ain't no brainer.
I mean, I'm always saying, I'm like, look, man, Mike D'Antoni just looked like a good coach because he had damn Steve Nash. Out of here, man. Yeah. You had Steve Nash, you had Amari. If I'm not mistaken, he had Joe Johnson at one point over there. Fuck out of here, man.
Right. How you gonna mess that up?
Like you babysitting teenagers, bro. I get it. You tell them to run. Yeah, you can do that, man. You're gonna get some really good looks with these guys. You know, you're gonna get some really good looks. So, and then he had Sean Marion. Fuck out of here. And you still ain't win. Fucker still didn't win, man. Think about that.
Got the best record. You can't even reach the finals.
Yeah.
Can't even reach the finals. That's all they were doing.
I don't really knock him in whatchamacallit in Houston. You know, I get it. You know, but Mike D'Antoni's biggest blunder was in LA. He cost Kobe Bryant about 5 years. Kobe Bryant retired about 5 years early because of that piece of shit. Because Kobe wasn't the same after that damn Achilles, man. And Kobe popped that Achilles at 35, 36 years old, something like that, right? What was he, 35 years old? D'Antoni had him playing like 42 minutes a game.
Yeah.
And this ain't a back and forth, everybody shoot threes all night NBA. Kobe Bryant was still doing Kobe Bryant shit to get all them damn points. And this was so that team could get a number 8 spot in the playoffs. They wasn't even fighting for the best record in the league. Okay? You don't run your I get that system worked in Phoenix, but you do not run that system when you got a 30-something-year-old, a 35-year-old Kobe Bryant. Phil Jackson would never. Phil Jackson would have made that motherfucker sit his ass down, even if Kobe don't want to get out the game. You're coming out. He's going to get something going with the reserve so you can get something sustainable or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Phil ain't even fighting for. When you ever seen Phil Jackson have to fight for an 8 seed as a coach? He don't coach like that. It's just pathetic. So that's why I'm always say that's his biggest blunder, ruining Kobe Bryant's career, pretty much.
Yeah. Like you say, he got. If he will not rush his hip, Kobe got another 5-6 more years, easily.
Kobe was a nostalgia player after that, man. Kobe was no longer a formidable championship playoff threat, nothing after that Achilles pop. And everybody knew that. We knew it coming. Like they're like, yo, Kobe's playing like 45 minutes a game so that the Lakers can get an 8 seed. And they got Dwight Howard on the team and shit. Like what? Phil Jackson never.
That never happened. Nope.
Never. You remember that even when they was retiring Shaq's jersey and everybody came out, the crowd started chanting, "We want Phil, we want Phil, we want," because Phil Jackson was there.
Yep.
And D'Antoni was the coach. You know what I'm saying? The crowd in LA was like, "We want Phil. They wanted to, hey, bring him back." We know you still screwing the owner's daughter or sister or whatever the hell. You still screw, you know what I'm saying? Can you come back, Phil? For real. Mike D'Antoni, bro. Like, you ruined Kobe's career, dog. I'm not saying that Kobe was like gonna win more MVPs, but he still had I still think he had a championship run in him, at least one, because he was still playing at a really high level.
But Tony messed up a lot of quite a few people's career.
Yeah, I think he still had a championship run in him. Yeah. I'm not saying he would have even won a title, but he'd have been able to make some noise. Conference finals, maybe even a trip to the finals. I think the league still had their chance to get a Kobe versus LeBron.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the Lakers be trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? They're always capable of getting really good overnight. They're like the Celtics. They're capable of getting good overnight. Like, just real quick. They'll make a deal behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? They'll bring in a free agent, whatever, pair this one with that one, and then bam, the team's a title contender. So it happens with those teams. So, you know, I think they were on their way to doing that. They had actually kind of like did it, and then the league rescinded it when they made the Chris Paul deal. But I personally didn't like it because I think they were talking about like including Pau Gasol in that deal too. That's why I didn't like it. I didn't think it was going to work. I figured in order for Kobe to still win championships, he needed Pau Gasol. I didn't think Chris Paul was going to do it for him. Now I get it. Their plan was to still get Dwight Howard anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I would prefer to have Pau Gasol. Just a way more reliable, fundamentally sound player. And extremely reliable from the free throw line. Like, just a reliable player. Yeah.
I tell you. Yeah. Well, let me now some.
You did a bit. Hold on. He said autism. You did a video on that shit. That was like that. That's not even a question. Like, that's not even a question. A good comparison to Rick Carlisle, which would be a fair comparison, would probably be Doc Rivers. But I don't even know if that's fair, because I think it's clear that Rick Carlisle is a better coach. But I don't know. Maybe it's not fair because I'm trying to think, like, both coaches won one championship.
I don't know. So
both coaches like really fill the regular season win total.
I mean,
Doc was never an assistant. Rick Carlisle is just he was always he was an assistant or he's a head coach. So I mean, he's just around a lot.
Player.
I'm trying to think of good comparison to Rick Carlisle, because part of me wants to say Larry Brown, but I'm like, nah, it's not really fair.
No, I mean the closest is I thought close day. I also thought it was Doc Rivers. That's
Yeah,
all that I think
but
about.
Rick Carlisle's clearly a better coach.
Better coach, right?
So, oh, yeah. So that's
Also Rick Carlisle, when he was a player, he was around. He was around better. He was around better system than Doc Rivers when he was playing too. That means a lot.
I mean, most of the players that play for Doc don't like Doc. Afterwards, I haven't heard anybody say anything good about Doc Rivers except for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. The rest of them, they don't say anything good about that motherfucker, man. Not even Rondo.
Nah.
Rondo don't even talk good about him. He don't like him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad. Doc Rivers. All them other coaches won multiple coach of the year and also championships.
I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, Doc Rivers was supposed to win that championship, though. That was, I think anybody could have coached those guys to that championship that year.
You're talking about Boston, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he still got pushed to the limit. Remember, the Lakers didn't even have Bynum for that final series, and they still got pushed for 6 games. When the Lakers finally did have Bynum in the finals 2 years later, they won. So no, and then I think they ended up getting pushed to like 7 games by like 2 of them 3 teams before the finals. Doc Rivers is horrible as a coach. He's just horrible.
Look, he had that Clipper team.
Yeah, just horrible. Like I've just watched him just blow leads, like series leads, just refusing to make it. Just like with the Celtics, we're just going to keep doing what we're going to do. Same with D'Antoni. It's like, bro, you're just going to keep doing what you do, and these teams are going to keep blowing you out the damn gym. And you're like, yeah, well, we're going to keep doing what we do. It's like, but you're losing. Like, you do understand when the lights get bright, these great teams will not let you do what you do. You're going to have to do something else.
Just right.
Like, or you're going to have to do what you do really good. Like, really good. Because you got another great team trying to stop you from doing that. Like, this is not just, you know what I'm saying, like a trip to Detroit one night. You know what I'm saying? Blow the brakes off these guys and leave. Right? Yeah. This is the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Guys are locked in on you. It's the only game on right now. Like, it's the only game on right now. Ain't no other basketball games on. Whole world is watching. For real. And, you know what I'm saying? It's a race to 4 games. People trying to claw out wins. That's why I said with this Knicks shit, it's like, bro, the Celtics is like literally take wins in the playoffs for granted. Like, y'all haven't realized this yet? Miami did this to you 2 years ago. They took the first 2 games on the parquet floor. You know, and then took game 3 in Miami, had you in a 0-3 hole. Like, nah, man. For real. I'm calling. We need to sweep these guys. Just sweep them. Get them out of here. I know as Knicks fans, we don't want to be disrespectful and just say the word sweep, but I think we need to. We need to sweep these guys. I'm going to be disrespectful and I'm going to just say it. These Boston Celtics deserve to get swept. They are not a real champion. They just won it because somebody's got to win it every year. That's it.
I mean, hey, like we said before, this got to come down to do today. Take care of business. Stay from that media shit. Take care of business.
No, that's it. Let the media do what they do. Let the fans do what they do. Let the stars do what they do. But y'all do what y'all do between them four lines. Hold it down. Like I said, I would play that first quarter like it's game 7 of the damn finals against the defending champs.
Yeah.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? Play that first quarter like it's like that. You try to blow the brakes off of them like they trying to take your food now.
Yep.
No. You know what I'm saying? You did more than build states. Now you have to protect home court. And if you can protect home court, you don't have to worry about a 7-game series. That's it. Get out of here in 4. Sweep the world champs.
Mm-hmm.
Make a statement to the rest of the league too. Put everybody on notice.
Yep. Let me see.
Put everybody on notice. You know what I'm saying? Because this team was built to beat all of you, and we just beat the brakes off of them. So what's up?
Yeah. Auntie, who's the better player, Chris Paul or John Stockton, in your opinion?
Like, that's not. Come on, that shouldn't even be a question.
That's not a question either. That's easy.
Not even a question.
I love Chris Paul, but John Stockton. Chris Paul never reached the finals.
Yeah, he did. He got there with Phoenix, but he was up 2-0 and lost. Either way, I don't ever remember John Stockton getting to the finals and going up 2-0 and losing. Even though that wouldn't have happened, he had to deal with Michael Jordan. Whatever, you was up 2-0 in the finals and you lost. I get it. Doc Rivers was your coach with the Clippers, but you still should have won something.
Yeah.
Like you never even really got to play against the Warriors when he was with the Lob City Clippers. Like you didn't even get an opportunity because you couldn't do nothing. You couldn't stay up. You had to run to Houston, and then you couldn't even. You always pulling a hammy or something. So, nah, man. Chris Paul. I mean, I'm with you. I like Chris Paul, but that's not even. It's not even close.
No.
I get it. John Stockton never won a title neither, but we understand why.
And initials is MJ.
For real.
MJ.
That's it. For real.
I don't know about it.
John Stockton likely gets multiple titles if MJ doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah, if MJ will never come back the second part of his career, you probably see Utah. Could be Knicks. Now, what Houston had done smartly, they got them 2 titles. And then when Jordan came back, the rest is history.
Nah, but Houston didn't even make it to the finals. That was it. That was their prime. So, in their mind, they believed that they could have beat the Bulls. I don't think so. I mean, they were barely able to beat the damn Knicks. So I don't know how the hell they were going to beat the Bulls.
Like I said, if Coach Riley would have.
But the Knicks have a good argument saying the Knicks would have beat the Bulls in '94.
Yeah.
Like, because four-peating is a motherfucker, man. Four-peating is rough.
Yeah.
That's why they need to bring them girls back. They need to bring back them Houston Comets.
Yeah.
Bring back some tradition. Damn it. Yep.
4 straight titles.
Yeah. Fired off 4 straight.
I said, wow. I remember when they said they went under, I said, what? I said, WB, y'all did a work. Y'all did a bad job to keep that team going. Yeah, where's the team going? Y'all crazy. Like I said, the Knicks game. The Knicks will play. They be at Man Square Garden at this 3:30.
You pay like $4,000 or $5,000 and you can get like an upper deck ticket right now, probably.
How much?
I don't know, man. They said the cheapest ticket is $600,
Yeah, it is.
and I'm like, are you serious? There ain't even like it's one game. Like
It's true. I had somebody last year. I had somebody.
no, I'm just like this ain't even. This
They
ain't
pay
even.
over. They pay $800.
I've gone to Miami Heat finals games that didn't cost me that much. Like literally cost me a third of that. And I didn't even have to know nobody. To go into the finals. The NBA finals. Okay? And I wasn't even as high up as they trying to put you up there for game 3 of the second round in Madison Square Garden.
They said, but you born and raised here, you wouldn't pay that? No, I ain't gonna pay. I watch it at home.
Hell nah, I stay home.
I watch it at home.
Like
I'm
you
not kicking out. I'm not traveling no train and kick out $800.
Nah, you need to give me that Fat Joe. You need to give me that Fat Joe hookup.
Right. You give me the fact that we could talk, but other than that, no. I'm not kicking it on $800. And then I probably want some food. Then I want some food.
That's when you got to get that press pass, man. You got to get that press pass. That's the only way. Like you won't have no seat, but yo, you can at least get in because it's gonna be rocking, whatever. And since you don't have a seat, maybe you can get some clearance to one of the boxes or something. You know?
Yeah. Where my second oldest brother was living, right? He used to work on Morgan Guarantee, working on Wall Street. You talking about back in the 80s. And you know how much the nosebleed seats was back then? It was like $300. I'm not kicking out $300. I watch that at home.
I mean, look, I know what it is to have to sit in the okay. So like, what was the AAA is now the Kaseya Center now down here. The nosebleeds aren't that bad. You can still see it, but it's not like you can't hear the ball dribbling or anything like that. Like you can't call stuff. So if you want those 100 level tickets right now, like that, I would have got those for the NBA Finals for like a game 6 or a game 7. I would have got those for less than what they're charging for nosebleeds in Madison Square Garden for game 3 of the second round. That's crazy.
It is.
That's crazy. Because I think I was in for like $250 or something, and that's barely that's the first deck. You know what I'm saying? The first upper deck, damn near at mid court, pretty much, and like right at the glass, You pay $250.
Glass, yeah.
NBA Finals. I'm like, this is crazy.
Oh yeah. We got a question for you, Dalton. We said, Auntie, are the 2025 Celtic team overrated in your opinion?
All these teams are overrated. All of these teams in the NBA are overrated. You know, like all of them are. You know, the only team that I think is probably the real deal is Minnesota, and that's because they can lock down on defense. But the rest of them are overrated. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say that the Nuggets are overrated just because they know how to win. They can just squeak out wins. But the rest of the teams are overrated. But that especially includes the Celtics because they've been sus for years. Years. For them to even have one title, I get it. Right now, they're the defending champs, but them having one title is a travesty. They've been to the finals. They've been to the conference finals damn near every year.
Yeah, about how many years? About good 5-6 years, right?
That's what I'm saying. To only have one trip to the finals and one title. I'm sorry, 2 trips to the finals and 1 title. Man, come on. They've underachieved if they're supposed to be that good. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at some point, you gotta knock this one down to coaching. Because believe it or not, I lost money on these dudes in 2022 because I picked them over the Warriors. Worst mistake I ever made in my life. Well, it's not the worst, but it was bad. I thought they could win. And to be honest, they could have. They just choked.
I couldn't get over that.
They're sus. Even when LeBron used to take their hearts out. Yes, these same dudes right now. No, they couldn't even knock off LeBron, like when LeBron was out there. So like Jimmy Butler was ripping them. No? And now y'all see what Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns are doing for him. Like, yeah, at some point, all of that paper talent don't mean a damn thing. You got to have something in your chest. You got to have something in here.
Gotta have something.
No, for real.
Gotta have something. You gotta have it. And that's what people fail to understand. And when I talk basketball, I say, listen, sometimes in basketball, you don't have to bring about X and O. So about you have this. You don't
Especially
have this
in the playoffs when everybody knows what everybody's doing. Sometimes you just got to cut a little harder. You got to fight over a screen. You got to jump a little higher. You know, you just have to do something a little bit tougher than you normally would, a little harder than you normally would, just with a little more force than you normally would. Because nobody's surprised by anything anymore. So
it's just sad because get back to the 2 games we talked about earlier. And I was like looking at those games. I said, Boston, do you have this? I said, wait, what's up, Boston? Come on, Boston. Come on now.
But look, you're almost becoming a typical Knicks fan. It's almost like you kind of begging the other team to not lose to you. Screw them. Whatever they doing, I'm glad they doing it. But keep going.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, do you have? I mean, as a sports career, that's our sports career. I think, do you have this? But I always gonna be a Knicks fan. You know what I mean? It's like it's what it is. What it is. It's like, but Knicks put a stomping on that ass today.
That's it. You got certain teams. You got to beat them so bad that they feel like they can't win. They got to feel like God hates them. Like, not only can you not beat us, but God don't like you neither. Like, nothing's gonna go your way. Referees don't like you. Your fans don't like you. Our fans don't like you. You don't even like yourself anymore. Like, for real. That's it. Just give up. Quit. Just check out.
Make sure that when they come money, it's like, oh, they're gonna put the nail in the coffin.
For real. You gotta do them like LeBron James did every time he lose. Just bust his ass so bad that he just quits.
Walk out on his team.
Yeah,
before the game ends. You see that shit when the Lakers lost? He didn't get a chance to greet his team. He just walked out on his team again.
Well, I mean, I know people give him a lot of crap talking about he faked the injury. I don't believe so. I'm like, at this point in his career, I don't think he gives a shit about any of that. I think he's really hurting. Like, he's just really hurting. Like, I think all types of stuff on him is hurting. that probably wasn't hurting, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, but it's hurting like a motherfucker now. So I don't think I just don't think he really has any time for all of that stuff. Like he's just playing out the rest of his contract, and then he's done. You know? That's why I don't really give him too much shit these days. I'll talk about his overall career, but as far as how he's playing now, like what do you expect? He's 40.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect you to really do shit because you're 40. What do you think about it? What did you expect Kareem to do at 40? You didn't expect him to do much of anything, did you?
Yeah, I ain't expect him to do anything. I don't expect.
I'm not gonna say talk like I got expectations. Whatever, bro. You 40, dog. Just play out your contract. I respect that. You know, he's always played out his contract. Never forced his way out of any place. You know what I'm saying? He played out his contract, made his choices. You know, yeah, it's a shit show while he's there, but you know,
yeah, that's it. Yeah, I didn't play out his contract. Yeah, done with it.
And that's kind of what he's always done. You never heard him demand a trade or anything like that. He's always just played out his contract and then worked his options when his contract was over. So,
yeah. Well, brother and team, I'm gonna get out of here. You know, you want to get ready to watch the game and make your last remarks, please. Oh no. Yeah. Go.
Nixon 4. That's what we want.
Take care of business. Knicks, forget about the fans. Forget about the media. Go in there, smack them up. Take care of business. And T, if the Knicks win tonight, right? If I see the link when you come back up, it's going to be between 9:05 9:35 because I better take care of something.
I don't know about tonight. You know, after this game, I gotta run out and do some last minute Mother's Day stuff. But
okay.
Yeah. Other than that, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, if the Knicks win, I'll be back tonight.
No, like I said, Nixon 4. But no, we got to get 3-0 first. That's the only way we feel comfortable right now. Is up 3-0. I don't think any Knicks fans are feeling comfortable, even with the 2-0 and home court advantage. I'm not feeling comfortable. That's why I'm not going to talk too much noise. So just focus on the game in front of you. We got, you know, right now technically we're 10 games away from the actual goal, but you know, we're two games away from getting out of this series. You know, 2 games away from getting out of this series, 6 games away from the finals, 10 games. You know what I'm saying? 10 wins away from the real task at hand. You know?
Okay.
So that's the way it's supposed to be, you know, for that team.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks as always, brother.
Peace. Appreciate you having me up.
Anytime. That's brother Ed T. Enjoying the show. More Joseph fellas. I'll be watching boxing tonight. I will catch you on the replay. JT. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some boxing tonight too. But again, if the Knicks win, I'm just saying if the Knicks win, I will be back up tonight. And if I already talked to brother Mace Taggart, he would say, he would tell me, I'll tell you, you know, when he said he'd be back here with me tonight. He should be on in a few minutes. He's gonna be on his channel. I think he's gonna do the game. The Knicks, Boston against New York at MSG. The tip off is 3:30. So, but he's gonna be on his channel at 9:15. So, I'm talking about 3:15, 15 minutes before the tip off and stuff like that. So, like I said, if the Knicks win, give me some time. I will be back tonight. I will be back tonight. And thanks for everybody participating. Thank you so much, Sister Wise. Thank you, nephew. Thanks everybody. Thank brother and T. to stay on and stuff. Thanks, Aquafina and Bill. Thank you, my brother, she Digley. Thanks for that's one that was on the panel. And thank y'all. Get those lights up, y'all. You know what I mean? Get those lights up. You know, share this out. You know, we talk about everything here. So this is the last of Good Morning to the Fam part 43. Hashtag the True 2025. Number one grinder. Thank y'all so much. Really much appreciated. Let's go Knicks, y'all. Let's go Knicks. He going for 3-0. Gotta go 3-0 Knicks. Pull it out. Come on now. Media, don't pay attention to the media, pay attention to the fans. Handling your business. Let me see. Do I got you, Wise? I think I got you. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be back tonight. Like I said, the Knicks win. I'll be back. And hey, y'all be good. Take that down before I get on. Take that down before I get off, nephew, because I'm ready to close this out. All right, on behalf of my channel, Underrated Darkness, y'all truth. Number one grind. One of the best kept secrets on social media, the best of the business. Y'all have a blessed one. Maybe tonight I'll be back if the Knicks win, but I'll be on Mace Taggart in a few minutes. So y'all can go over there, Mace Taggart. This one is Ghost. Thank y'all. Peace. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. New York Knicks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.